All right, all right, all right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Maximum Overdrive Third Gear. I am your host, Mr. Maximum Black. How is everybody doing? Shout out to my strong peoples in support. Miss Collie Jane 79, hoorah. Miss Christina Williams, hoorah. Trinity Supreme Powers, hoorah. Well, we got some things to talk about tonight. We're going to clear some things up. Apparently, people don't want the Earthen Nation to go into motion, and they're doing everything that they can to tear it down. Yeah, that's fine, Trinity. I just like you, just to keep me company up here. Then you can talk later, that's fine. Joe Whitfield, my brother. Hoorah. Yeah, we're going to get into some heavy things tonight. We're going to talk about the attacks that's been launched on us by the Red Pill guys. Hashtag RPG, Red Pill guys. So we're going to make that a rallying cry tonight. Kind of like the red coats are coming, remember? Paul Revere, the red coats are coming, the red coats are coming. The RPG guys are coming. RPG guys are coming. Hashtag RPG, Red Pill guys. Okay? We're going to talk about the attacks that they've launched on us since last ladies' night and the intentional undermining of this platform. And they're trying to kill two birds with one stone. They're trying to stop the Earthen Nation from launching, and they're trying to break up this environment. And we're going to discuss how these attacks were launched, who was put in the chat room as agents, and we're going to discuss a code of conduct on how to deal with these RPG people, okay? How to repel their attacks, how to come together under one environment and protect our environment. Okay, but we need everybody to follow the code of conduct that we're going to lay out. So give me a minute or two to get my stuff situated here, and I will get right into the conversation. Oh, man, it's cold outside. It's so cold outside, I thought I saw Jack Frost sitting over at my mailbox. Give me a minute to fire up my bot here. And the Earthen Nation is starting to pick up a little steam. People are talking about it. People are also talking about this channel. This channel is growing in popularity. Names are starting to be attracted to this channel. We have beautiful women who frequent this panel. We have good brothers who frequent this panel, and that energy is starting to get around YouTube. People are liking the environment that we are creating. But there are people out there that don't like the environment that we're creating because the environment that we are creating is in direct contrast of their environment. Kind of like antidote versus poison, right? Filth versus cleanliness, right? In Alabama, Joe? Go in Alabama? When I was in Alabama once, I went through there with my truck. And I remember they had a snowstorm out there, right? And with that day, it must have been 40 accidents, car accidents. Low speed. I'm bullshit you not, man. It must have been about 40 car accidents out there. It was so bad, we just stayed in the truck stop because we couldn't get around for a couple of days because there were so many car accidents. Yeah, Christine. Yeah, and it's the energy that's being provided. The women around YouTube are hearing about this environment, and the word is that it is a safe haven, and it's being attacked by sheer hatred, you know, of the red pill rage guys. They hate this environment. They don't want to see this environment thrive. Many of them are broken males. They hate women. They can't stand the fact that there's a thriving environment that is fueled with women. And you know why they hate it? It's not that they even hate the women, it's the men that they hate more than the women. See? Because what's going to happen is this. See, there's a reason why I have this channel set up this way. Okay? It's an old school strategy. Back in the day, if you went somewhere, if you wanted to attract a lot of men, right? You put women there. And this strategy is all over the world. Women attract men, right? In Japan, the clubs out there, they want to attract the men. Why? Because the men pay the money, right? So what do? They let the women in for free, and the men have to pay. The women will attract the men. So if you have a large quantity and quality of women in one environment, guess what? They're going to attract a large quantity and quality of men. And that's what these guys don't want to see come to pass. It's not that they hate the women, they hate the men even more because they're broken men. They are men who are derelict. They are men who have a weak constitution. They are cowardly men. They are men who are lost in their own understanding of manhood. And so they can't stand to see another man with a quality woman, a man who can thrive in a quality environment of women. This is what they hate the most. And so they come under the guise of attacking the women, but they're really attacking the men because they're too cowardly to face these men face to face. So they get at the men by attacking the women. If there's no women here, then the men won't be attracted to the environment. And so they kill two birds with one stone. See, they want the environment to be a lowly, disgusting, tragic cesspool of despair, low self-esteem, ugliness, because that is what they are used to. See, that's what their lives consist of. And so they want that to become contagious. This is why they come over here with these filthy attacks, with these shameless attacks, with these cowardly attacks, because they view the women as a soft target. And so in their cowardice, they come over here, they try to tear down this platform, knowing that if they tear it down, the women will no longer gather here. If they can cause enough confusion and enough friction and enough fear, it will run the women away. Therefore, no real men will show up. So therefore, their egos won't be challenged. You understand? So that's why they come over here and attack you. That's why they send agents over here and slip them in on ladies' night. Because they have women that do their bidding as well. See, they have women on their side who are low in self-esteem, who don't mind being abused, who don't mind being used like toilet paper. And so they come over here with no self-esteem, no morals, no scruples. And they attack you too. They become human drones. And they come up on the panel and they attack my co-host, Verbal Assassin, in one of her most vulnerable moments. Because these people don't have any regard for another person's feelings, to see, because they can no longer feel themselves. And so they allow themselves to be used as human attack drones to try to destroy other people. You're dealing with broken people who care nothing for another person's feelings, who care nothing for another person's pain. Their whole understanding is one of hatred, envy, jealousy. And out of this is where they launch diabolical plans and shameless attacks of cowardice upon unsuspecting women who are just trying to congregate, to have conversation, to build camaraderie amongst each other, to thrive, to attract other women of quality, who will in turn attract good, strong men of quality. You see, because if this environment grows and it succeeds, and you have strong men being attracted to this environment, then you have positive relationships building up between Black men and Black women. Guess what happens? You kill the gender war. And then these broken people won't have anywhere to turn to, because they will be repelled by this environment because they don't have the courage to be amongst strong people and people of quality, people of means, people of compassion. They won't be able to stand up to these people. And so they will be repelled, forced to waddle about in that cesspool of self-despair, self-loathing. This is why they launched these attacks, these cowardly attacks. Let's start with ladies' night, last ladies' night. With the first attack. First of all, there were little preliminary attacks that led up to that. They sent people into the chat room. Ladies' night, last ladies' night. Epic. A red pill rage guy in the chat room arguing with women. They sent in 2 female agents. One attacked Classic Ruby from the chat. One was slipped onto the panel to attack Global Assassin. And while they were doing that, Epic was engaged in verbal assaults on the women in the panel, which drew my attention to him So it was a two-pronged attack. The panel was attacked and the chat room was attacked. Epic went to the point of ignoring every command or everything that I asked him not to do, to the point where I had to eliminate him from the chat room permanently. We finally got the dust bunny that was on the panel, got her off, had to eliminate her. They succeeded in emotionally disturbing the women. You see, their goal is to create fear and create an environment that is so repugnant that the women will stay away. That's what they're trying to do. In order to do that, they need to get to your emotions. They need to flare your emotions up. They need to agitate you. They need to trigger you to the point where you throw your hands up at the man. And if they continue, it won't take long. Women will start to leave. This is their goal. Because if the women leave, then guess what? The good, strong men that Black women are wanting, the protectors, the providers, the men of means, won't come here either. And then what you'll be left with? A bunch of RPGs. Listening over and over again to insults about women. Listening to insults about women over and over again. Listening to cowardly, broken men put women down all the time. We don't even have the decency and the respect to even address you as a woman. They would rather call you a strag or any other derogatory name that they can come up with to express their inner pain and reflect that on you. So this is what they're trying to do. And we have to understand this, right? Going forward. And we have to act accordingly. See, we have to have a code of conduct against these red pill guys, these RPGs. And they're festering femme fatale groups, such as Sue B. and the other little mangy attack kittens that they got with them. We have to have a code of conduct. We have to recognize this kind of behavior, and we have to guard against it. We can't invite it. Okay? We can't invite the enemy into our house. Okay? We don't entertain the enemy. What we've been doing is we've been making a mistake. We've allowed our own egos to get the better of us, and we have entertained these enemies. And as a result, they have done a small amount of damage. It's small, but to me, damage is damage. So we have to make sure our own egos don't get in the way. You see, we help ourselves by not getting in our own way. You hear what I'm saying? Let's not invite the enemy into our house by egging them on, thinking that we're bigger and better than they are. We don't need to do that. We are already bigger and better than they are. That's why they're here. They're here trying to attack us because they know we're big and bad. We don't need to show that. We just simply need to eliminate them from our environment. Not entertain them, not engage them. We don't need them, they need us. We are big and bad to them. That is why they are here. They don't like the notoriety that we're getting. They don't like the channel growing. They don't like the idea of a positive environment with beautiful Black women who are smart, who are of quality, because that is going to attract quality men. That is something that they are not. They are not men of quality. So by coming over here and antagonizing the women and getting the women into a verbal uproar and some kind of emotional rage will drive other women away. Thus, it will drive the good men away. We can't allow that to happen. So we also have to deploy a code of conduct. When an RPG is spotted in this environment, he or she is to be eliminated. That includes the females too, because they have females riding with them too, who are broken, who are of low self-esteem, don't think nothing of themselves. And they have also brought into that poisonous rhetoric. And they are not your sisters. They are your enemies. So when they slip into the panel on ladies' night, when they're female agents, rather than engaging them, recognize what their tactics are and get rid of them. Remove them. See, our mistake is engaging these people. Now, the situation that happened on ladies' night with Q, when he tried to introduce a question that is a red pill question that is designed to agitate women. It's like a domino effect. You agitate them first. George Macon, my man. Shout out to George Macon in the building. Hoorah, George Macon in the house. And so it is a domino effect. First, they agitate the women. And what happens shortly after that? The women become emotional, right? And then when the women become emotional, they usually say something out of pocket. This is normal behavior with women. Most men know this. This is why we tend not to make you guys mad. This is why we tend to walk away when you guys argue, because we understand. We understand the nature of women. But they use this to their advantage. Because they want to argue with women. They want to disrespect women. They want to call women bitches and hoes and strags. And so this gives them the opportunity to do that by asking a question that will in turn trigger a woman's emotions, right? And so once the woman says something out of pocket, which normally is going to happen, the women get highly emotional, right? And they got you. That's the trick bag. They got you. But now, because you done said something that they deem disrespectful, that gives them the opportunity, right? And the justification to continuously disrespect you now. Now they can let loose with a volley of bitches, motherfuckers, whores, you name it. And now the environment that we worked so hard to create, it is now tainted. Other women are watching. Other men are watching. Men are quiet. Look, speaking of men equality, look at the brother that just came in here, George Macon. See what I'm talking about? This environment is attracting quality men, ladies. Kenny Cujo. Look at George Macon. This is a quality brother, a father. Good brother. These are the type of men that this environment, if it continues to become positive, will start to attract. This is what they don't want to happen. And we have to have a code of conduct. We can't engage red pill rage. We have to have an understanding that these attacks are being launched on us. We have to understand that they have an agenda to tear down this environment, right? And we have to be better in our behavior in recognizing it, right? And removing it rather than engaging it. So we have to be less hot-headed. We have to be smarter to protect our environment. All of us in this environment, it belongs to us, and we all have a responsibility to protect. And we do that by initiating a code of conduct. When red pill rage is spotted on this channel, we do not engage it, we understand what it is, and we remove it from our environment. We don't engage it, we don't go back and forth with it, we don't get into verbal sparring matches with it. We don't need to do that. They are hunting us. We are a threat to them. Let's treat them like they are no threat to us, by eliminating. 1 second, people, let me check my back room here. Hold on, let me put the link in the chat. George Megan, the link is in the chat if you want to come up. And so these attacks have been blatant. With the latest one happening last night, the video has been taken down because it does not look good. It doesn't reflect well on us. It shows us at our very worst. Even though most of the video had great content, but the part of the video that doesn't reflect very well on us, it was a big portion. So I conferred with some of my colleagues and we thought it best to take the video down. So it has been removed. Hard work that's been marred and tainted by this red pill nonsense. And it's not them. We blame ourselves. We take responsibility for the mistakes. Our mistake was to engage this nonsense. See, they are who they are. We have to be better than them. So let us learn a lesson from our mistakes and protect our environment with a code of conduct. So, all right, verbal assassin, we all get triggered from time to time, but going forward, understand that when we engage these people, we are playing their game. They have nothing to lose because they are already losers. So losing is natural to them. We have everything to lose because we are trying to build a better environment, a positive environment, to where we have positive relations between Black men and Black women, a place where there is no such thing as a gender war. So we stand everything to lose. So going forward, we do not engage these losers. We simply recognize them and we remove them from our environment and we continue to build. We continue to be positive. We continue to grow. And we shut the door on these losers. And we don't look back. And with that being said, everybody, welcome to, as always, to the Maximum Overdrive, the esteemed leader of the Great Regime, Commander Cerulean Gray.
Oh, greetings, esteemed Max and chat.
Hey, man, we got George Macon in the house, Cerulean. Hey, George, come on up. I put the link in the chat, man. Come on up and bless the panel, man. Yeah, Cerulean.
Yes, greetings, esteemed George.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's interesting, you know, I want to make something clear because I know we have a lot of headstrong women in the camp.
Mm-hmm.
With the red pill nonsense, the derelict Negro males, I want to make this clear to our esteemed ladies. You don't have anything to prove to anyone. Okay? See, the proper way to engage these questions is to be cold, callous, and uncaring, to not quantify many of these questions with a response. Because once you respond, now you're validating the actual questions as something that you need to prove. I'm telling you that you have nothing to prove. See, here is the thing. When Max says, I don't want to discuss this because it will upset the balance that is already established. Okay? The ladies have to understand that even though you're being headstrong and you think that you can defeat, don't even go down that road, because you have to understand there is nothing to prove. Right? See, I am a man who stands in his masculine principles. What do I look like? And this is not a shot at even the general, right? But what do I look like asking a woman what she brings to the table if I already know where I'm standing, what I am? If I already know that my shit is together, it's a non-starter. A question like that is actually a question that women, like take for instance the female life coach, would talk to with her group of women about. That's why back, when our parents and grandparents went to school, they separated the women or the young girls from the young boys. Right? The boys had shop class, the girls had home economics. Right? See, me asking a woman what she brings to the table is me stepping outside of my masculinity. It does. It causes me to step outside of my masculinity. Because what is the expectation? You see? So, and this is not a shot at you, the verbal assassin, but when you egged on the general, I know you might have thought that I can defeat this question. But the moment Max made it clear that I don't want that question asked up here, don't even entertain it at that moment. You're not supposed to entertain such a question. This is not a performance eval. Because what a woman brings to the table is ultimately, I'm only going to explain this last time. Ultimately, what a woman brings to the table is actually up for that man who is finding interest in that woman to decide. Obviously, you see something in the woman, otherwise you wouldn't be pursuing her. So if you're sitting there and asking a woman what she brings to the table, that question in my mind, it signifies that you don't know what she's supposed to bring. Because it's ultimately up to you. Women only guard the gateway to sex. Men guard the gateway to marriage. So what a woman brings to the table is up to the man, because he guards the gateway to marriage. So I am of the opinion that ultimately it is the men that must choose better. Otherwise, what are you doing pursuing that woman if you don't already know, if it is already not apparent what she brings to the table? See, the main reason why that question has never been asked in the history of mankind until now, do you know the reason why? It's because the only expectation that men have ever had out of women are things that, well, validate the man. So you can reach men through two primary things: food and sex. So a woman was only required to bring her beauty and know how to cook. Everything else beyond that was up to the man to instruct her how to keep a household, how to raise and rear the children. Those are all instructions by the head of the household. Unless we're saying as men that, unless you're saying that you're not the head of the household, or you do not know that you're the head of the household, or you are taking a lesser position or a submissive role in the household, those are entirely up to you to decide what she is supposed to bring to the table. Unless you are telling me that you want her to lead the household. That is the answer to all of that question and all of those other subsequent questions. The women have to know this in their mind. And so any of the inflammatory things that these guys are trying to bring to the table, you're not to engage them, because you don't have anything to prove. See, women, if you're really standing in your masculine principles, see, women are going to submit and be cooperative with the men that they want. The men that they want. Okay? So if he's asking these kind of questions, it's obvious that he doesn't know what he wants as a man. Otherwise, it would not be a question. It's never been asked in the history of mankind until this generation. That is why, during the courting process, these are things that you find out over that entire process. And during the courting process, that's when you find out. You have all of the conversations, you have all of the dates, you spend the time. But see, I get it when we're living in the age of debauchery, right? We're living in the age of debauchery. We're living in the age of decadence and indecency, where, see, the derelict Negro male is always looking for a shortcut, cut and paste. So you gotta ask, what do you bring to the table? It's not going to advance or get you to a point to where you know her any better. You gotta understand with the red pill Negro, which is the derelict Negro male. See, he's trying to find a shortcut because what he's doing is a gaslighting technique used to devalue you, and then you buy into the devaluation by explaining all of this shit. But I bring this and that, and I do this and I do that. None of that even matters. I'm gonna tell you real shit. Hoes get wifed up all the time, B. Whether she can cook or clean does not even fucking matter to this new age of Negro. Let's be real. These niggas is crying over sex. So they're looking for a shortcut to get to that one thing that they think has been denied to them. So if he can devalue you, so well, I cook and I clean. See, that's what happens. You because you are headstrong and you think you can defeat this question, it becomes self-defeating because you get to buying into your own devaluation. Well, I cook and clean, and then what happens? Did it say I could do all of that for myself? What else you got? See, it gets you to that point to where they know that what they really want to get at is in between your legs. So if they tell you all of the other intrinsically valued things that men have typically respected throughout history, then they leave you bargaining the thing between your legs. Because then the question becomes, well, how do I get in between your legs? And ultimately, that comes down to one, looks. That comes down to what type of man you are. Right? Like, are you a man of honor? Are you a respectable man? Do you treat people with common courtesy and human decency? So it's best not to engage. And that's why the women, you need to understand more than anything, because this is a protection mechanism. If you know that it's going to trigger you, do not engage. Because, and this is not a shot at you, Verbal, like everything was going good. Right? And you ask Q, ain't you Q from that last week? And I know this shit might have still been on your mind. And then whenever it started getting into that thing, Max was like, look, we're not gonna, I don't want that question to come up. That's completely fine. At that moment, you're to follow his lead, because if he doesn't want that question discussed and he knows that it's going to lead down this situation, that's when you, Rebel Assassin, as the co-host, supposed to follow his lead, say, look, we're going to back up off all the way off of that. Going to back up off all of that. See, I know you want to be headstrong. You want to, put your dukes up. You want to put your intellectual dukes up, and you thought that was a question you could defeat, but you did not understand these tactics where you get the giving off a resume like you giving a performance eval to HR, and that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. If we are to truly have the Max got me use a salubrious environment that we want, you got to know the tactics and you got to know how to defend against them. And so therefore, even if you're not on Max's panel or on another panel, you have to know how to engage. You have to know how to engage. That's a question that's meant to get you to buy into your own devaluation. And as you get to calling off your resume and your stats and all of these other things, it's like by that point, it's too late. You're already accepting devaluation. Like we know that women personalize everything. It is part of who you are as emotional creatures. You got to know it. That thing triggers you back your mind. You have to know how to back off, recognize what it is. Right? Like, no, Max doesn't want that question asked on the panel. Nope, we're not going to go down this road. Max, I already said it. Nope, we're not going to go down this road. Even if you want to put your dukes up. You see, what the red pill thing is, let me tell you a little secret about what the red pill is. Because on the outside, the red pill, to recognize women's nature and how it's utilized against men. But the people that are utilizing it against men is actually competing groups of men. Right? Competing groups of men. Incentivize the women of society to be able to fully utilize their femininity to get the best possible deal with a mate that they can. If they're white women, they use their femininity to literally stagnate competing groups of men by preventing them from going at the group of men that actually keep their comfort and their luxury in place. This is why I'm personally against interracial dating, right? Because you're not going to go with say a white woman and then integrate into his house underneath the women. When you see what the white man has built for his group of women, and then you're wondering why the white man is still treating you like shit, despite the fact that he sees you with the white woman. And the reason why, if you ever notice, self-respecting men, no matter what group they're a part of, no self-respecting men dates outside of their group. When I see take for instance the head of China, he's with a Chinese woman. Even if it's the North Korean leader, he's with a North Korean woman. The thing is, even if he has some kind of desire or fetish for a non-North Korean woman, right? He keeps that shit to himself. But whenever he's standing in front of his people or in front of competing groups of men, he is with a woman of his own group. And see, smart men that do date outside, you never see them prance their foreign women in front of everybody. That's the smart men do. Like, you ever notice white men and Asian women have the highest rate of dating outside of their group? Do you know that? White men, Asian women, highest group of interracial daters or cross-cultural daters, right? When white men are amongst their white group, they keep mingling who pulls ding dings for a little piece of ching ching. They keep her kind of a secret. They keep her a secret. The same for the even Asian women. Asian women date a white man. They keep the white man a secret from the group. right? Why do they do that? It's for the integrity of the group. Okay. And in this environment, we have to know how to maintain the integrity of the environment. And I'm gonna just keep it real. And I told Max he had a blind spot because he lets it pass because he does in a way look at you like, you know, you're his children or his younger sisters. And he let it go, daddy's little girl. Okay, I'll let it go because it's daddy's little girl. I'll let it go because you're my little sister. See, and then what happens, you already know that a lot of these derelict Negro males, they ain't got no problem disrespecting you. And so how do we prevent that? It begins with educating you on how to engage them. To let you know you don't have to answer these questions. Okay? And the reason why you don't have to answer those type of questions is because it's not a motherfucking evaluation cycle at HR. The reason why you don't have to answer these questions because a man who knows already that he's standing in his masculine principles will never need to ask you those questions. And that's where I stand with it. You see? But this little thing about the red pill ideology is really an attempt to create an environment where men can run roughshod completely over women and go unchecked because it's held up by the other group of derelict men. And you don't want to be ran over the top of by derelict men. You don't. You see? It's to get you too wrapped up in it. And then next thing you know, you're starting to accept the abuse. The next thing you know, you're answering to terms like bitch and hoe. And strag. Okay? Let me ask you. What do you owe some random fucking stranger, right, on the internet? What do you owe them? So if you know the answer is you don't owe them shit, that's the way you have to carry it when you engage them. I don't owe you shit. I don't owe you any answers. You're asking me what I bring to the table? That is ultimately up for you to decide. How about you invest some time, right, in getting to find out? Because that's what courting used to be. You found out through courting what she brought to the table. And at the end of the courting cycle, you made a decision. But the decision was wholly on the man because he holds the what? The keys to marriage. The woman only holds the keys to sex. So it comes to bringing it to the table. Well, that's ultimately for the man to decide. Unless that man is not standing in masculine principles and he wants you to be the head of the goddamn household, he should already know these goddamn things. Obviously, she's bringing something to the table if you're taking interest and you're taking notice and you're taking a fancy and a liking to her, right? So if you know that you don't owe them nothing, that's the way you got to carry it. I don't give a damn whose panel, whose chat room that you end up in. I'll guarantee you're going to get a completely different response.
So can I ask a quick question?
Indeed.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you're saying, you and Max, and the direction from the men is absolutely what we need. So the question that I want to ask is, I don't know if you actually listened to the Ladies Night panel when we were asked that question, but none of us actually did give him a list. None of us actually gave him the answer he wanted. We basically told him we don't have to provide that answer for him in all of our own separate ways. So as far as getting a question like that again, because I mean, we've all heard it so many times. And I think that's one thing that makes it so triggering, because you hear it and they're running around saying it. And it's like, they're really expecting us to give them this list. And then when we don't give them this list, we're vilified for not giving the list, as if we don't know what we bring to the table, and that's why we're not. So it's just kind of like we're put in this place, and put in between a rock and a hard place with it. So in your opinion, or from your direction, what do we do when we get a question like that? Because like I said, we didn't answer it. We didn't give them a list, and that was also wrong too. So what should we have done? Just stay quiet or booted him off the panel? I didn't have any powers to boot him off. He hopped off after he asked the question. So I mean, how do we avoid the question or not answer it when we didn't actually answer it? I mean, we answered it by telling him we weren't going to answer it. So what should we?
Yeah, you did correct. See, because ultimately that question is to see. I look at it like this, and this is the way you should all look at it, right? It is up to men, right, to provide the 6 basic necessities for life: food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, and security. All 6 of those things are provided by men. All of those things are tradable commodities, right? So if you're women, right, you're talking about what they bring to the table. Well, that's all hinged on what you provide. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
You don't want her to be insecure, but you ain't securing shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want her to be dumb, but you ain't educating her properly. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't want her to be fat, but you ain't putting the proper food in front of her. You see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You don't want her to dress like a whore, but you don't put on the market the proper clothes you think she should be wearing. You've let white males, Asian males, competing group of men decide the beauty standard, the fucking food, the education of your women. And then you wonder why you got a problem with them. Then you wonder why they got a problem with you. You see, so whenever you ask a woman, what does she bring to the table? It is hinged on what the man or the men of the society provide. You see how that works? Because men establish community. Men lay the foundations of society, nationalism, nationhood. It is men who lays those foundations. So your woman gets educated at a foreign group of men. The foreign group of men are providing security for your women when you won't. Foreign group of men provide the clothes, the fashion and whatnot that determine the beauty standard for your women. when you won't even break into the damn industry to compete with those men so that you can take that standard away and replace it with one of your own. But you get mad at her for wearing weave, nails, makeup, so forth, so on. But you have not gotten into that market. You won't break into the market to change what the beauty standard is to one that is of your standard. You see where I'm getting at? You want her to stop talking like a white woman, dressing like a white woman, but you won't educate her properly. You want her to stop thinking like a white woman, but you won't educate her according to your standard. See, when you ask a woman what she brings to the table, it's evident that you aren't providing. You aren't providing the necessary things. You can play that she's fat, but you won't bring her healthy food. See, all of these things are hinged on what you're providing. Provision. Protection. You're talking about you just being insecure. You ain't secured shit. You gotta be the goddamn security in order to not be insecure. See? So if the things that he's asking out what you bring to the table, the proper response is, well, what provision are you making? See, where my men at in this motherfucker? Because it's the men that bring home the bacon. It's you who instructs her on how to cook it. Oh, this is too hot, baby. This is too spicy. A little less spice. Uh-oh. See, all those things that she brings to the table, those are things that through education, instruction, that you teach her. See, when my wife cooks for me, she knows how I like my food. She knows I don't like it too damn spicy, right? So she don't cook it too damn spicy. You see, that's instruction, education. See, so when I hear the Negro male, especially, what are you bringing to the table? These are all things for you to decide. See, what it is that because we have suffered from powerlessness for so long, and that the patriarchs of the community are too few and far in between, a lot of these niggas have not been raised in patriarchal households or families. So they don't even know what she's supposed to bring to the table. That's why they got to ask. So that's the proper answer to that question. It is hinged on the man. It has always been. Women do not wear any clothes that are not designed and put on the market by men. They do not wear any fashion sense or fashion style, including hair, makeup, nails, that are not put on the market by men. The men decide the beauty standard. The men decide how they want their women to look. The food is decided by the man. Education decided by the man. It don't matter how you slice. This shit starts with men. Period. So, well, what are the women doing to prompt? See, what are the women doing to prompt it? That is up to you to decide, because you're the one doing the pursuing. So you mean to tell me you're going? Let me ask you this, right? You ever see a lion chase down a gazelle, right? And then after it's caught, ask the damn gazelle, what nutrients have you been eating on? It's utter nonsense. See, the man pursues. So you mean to tell me this lion done pursued and chased down this beautiful and majestic looking gazelle only to fucking get it down and then ask it before it consumes it? I need to know exactly what nutrients you bring into the watering hole, because I haven't been able to get this question answered by any of the other gazelle. It's utter nonsense. See, someone who's really like under gynocratic control, see, they ask those kind of questions. I mean, just think of it. You're not asking a woman that kind of question unless you ask. You might as well be asking her, "Do you mind being the head of household? I give you a marriage if you take on the mantle of head of household." That's what you might as well be asking a woman. What you bring to the table. Might as well be asking her if she wants to be head of household.
It's funny. I'm just over here giggling because you really understand the female brain. So it's because that's exactly what we hear. I know that's exactly what I hear. So yeah.
It's like, well, you're going to be the head of the household. What do you bring to the table? Like, are you kidding me? When you asking me to, you asking me to step in? You're telling me you don't want masculine women, but you asking me a very masculine-esque question. Men provide food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, and security. You don't want her to be insecure, but you're not providing no security. You don't want to be fat, but you're not providing the kind of food you do want her to eat so that she looks the way that you want her to look. You want her to stop wearing weave and nails, makeup, and skimpy clothes, but you won't even put out a damn beauty or a fashion standard that is according to your specifications. You know, it's funny. We could learn a lesson from a specific group, the Nation of Islam, right? And I'm not talking about these fake Nation of Islam motherfuckers running around here, you know. Nation of Islam. That's a organized body of men and women. The women dress according to the standard set by the nation's men. See how that works? They make their own clothes. So this is the uniform. The men dress according to the way the men have decided. They produce a uniform male. So that way women in the Nation of Islam, when they take a liking or an interest in certain men inside of the Nation of Islam, they know they're getting a quality man because he's uniformed. This is a product that they put out on the market, ready for consumption by the nation's women. The women are uniform. They're being educated. The fact that they are wearing the uniform is one such example that they are submitting. See, It always has began with man. It's the men that decide what the standards are. Organized bodies of men. Yes, those are organized bodies of Asian men that run the hair market, that run the nail shops. Even though they leave the women inside to do all of the actual work, it's the actual men that establish those businesses. It is men who run the fashion industry. Oh, you don't want her to dress like the stripper, but you won't put the kind of clothes in the market that you want her to be wearing, that you want to see her in. You're crying about fat women, but you won't give them the proper nutrition. Oh, that's right, because you don't even want to break into agriculture. You don't even want to do urban farming so that your people are not living in food deserts where they're depending on cheap food that's only fattening them up. That's where we compete. You're worried about them living in the hood and in the ghetto, but it is an organized body of men that created the damn ghetto. But you don't want to compete with the organized body of men and break into those markets, transform those ghettos into a place that you would want to live. And because, like I said, the derelict Negro male inherently is a coward, that's why he runs from his community. Creates entire movements around shitting on his women. Because what it really is that he's scared to compete. Because the derelict Negro male is scared of failure. But the problem with being scared of failure, it makes you a failure for not even having made the attempt. That is the truth. That is the reality of what you're seeing. Exactly. And me and Rozzy had a back and forth, but even Rozzy knows better than this shit. But see, they see the derelict Negro male sees leadership like this. I should have the right to cuss you out whenever I want to talk about you like you ain't shit whenever I want to call you out your name whenever I want to treat you like a rug whenever I want to. It's evident the derelict Negro male doesn't even know what leadership is, but he knows what abuse is. Because if he was a leader, he'd know all of these things. See, the leader would have taught you all of these things already. And so the derelict Negro male doesn't even have the foresight to realize that the women haven't had proper leadership because of the attacks on the Black community, have taken many of the strong men out of it. And I'm not talking about fathers out of the household. No, I'm talking about the attack on the Black community has robbed the Black community of its proper leadership. That's the reason why I've been playing, if you notice on my channel, I've been premiering the strong men of the community whose shoulders we stand on today. It is always began with men. Men lay foundation for everything within the nation. From the food, the types of food that become the delicacies. The reason why you have food practices the way that you have them is because men have decided of this society, a competing group of men, that this is what they want society to eat. Funny thing is that they'll tell you, man, get you a foreign Black woman, get you a foreign white woman, a foreign this, that, and the third. But when you go to that foreign society, like when you go to Japan, they eat Japanese food. They don't eat a lot of American food in Japan. They don't eat a lot of American food in China. Go to China, you eat Chinese food. That's based on the Chinese man standard. The Japanese food is based on the Japanese man standard. The Mexican food based on the Mexican man standard. When you hear the derelict Negro male complaining about a goddamn gynocracy, what he's really telling you is I don't have a standard. That's what he's really telling you. Sex has never been the intro to power. Organized bodies of men always has. Sex is how you maintain power through population. You know, and shout out to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, rest in power, who understood how organized bodies of men are supposed to operate. Say you had a black woman on your arm, and you had as good as having $1 million on your pocket. And I know it may sound a little strange, but organized bodies of men understand what that means. So if you really understand power, hegemony, social power is rooted in the protection of women. Is rooted in the protection of women and children. That's what hegemonic power is. Social power is rooted in the protection of women and children. All groups of men know this. That's the reason why you go to California, you'll see the Mexican or Latino man, he'll throw some acid in a Latino woman's face for fucking with your black ass, for fucking with the white man. Here in the Twin Cities, Muslim women are constantly ostracized for dating outside of Muslim men. These are Somali women always being ostracized for dating outside of their Somali men. You don't see the Somali man crying about it. Why? Because they have a social structure that already knows what to do with women who do not want to adhere to the laws and commandments of the group. But it never stops the Somali man from finding him a Somali woman. See, so when our most esteemed and honorable Elijah Muhammad said that if you got a black woman on your arm, it's as good as having $1 million, he was actually giving you the keys of power. I played the video about the money masters earlier. The one thing that we have the control over, it is the one proletariat power that we have as black folk, and that is the means of production. Production of what? Of other black folk, which is what the world is, specifically the Western world, is afraid of. So if the Western world is afraid of becoming a minority because of a overpopularized black community, right? What does it have to do? It has to break down how you see not only yourself, but how you see your women or how you see your men. It has to break that shit up because they're scared of becoming a numerical minority against a popularized black community. You see? That is the one proletariat power that we have, that we wholly control. is the production of more people. See, because the more people that you have, you can educate them according to a standard. This is where organized body of men come in, organized to a standard, uniform them up in their thinking. That's education. I showed you the Black Panther Party, Chicago free breakfast program. That was food. You see, we don't even realize the power. A lot of us don't even realize the power we have because we inundated with this white supremacy. It's right there on the mind. And women are especially vulnerable to it because women are inseparably tied to the environment. So you mean to tell me as a man, you do not want to get your hands on the manufacturing process? Oh, that woman was good enough to fuck, but she ain't good enough to educate or feed or defend. That is not a problem with that woman. That's a problem with you as a man. See how that works? That's why you don't owe anybody no goddamn answers when it comes to this. Ask you what you bring to the table. Are you asking me to be the head of the household? See how that works? Like, nigga, what are you asking me? You asking me to be your mom? That's how you have to engage them. Because what the movement is really about is creating an environment to where they can abuse you with impunity without repercussion. And one of the ways that they do that is through asking you these little questions. So a lot of brothers, they get caught up in listening to some of this, and some of us find ourselves listening to it because we get curious about it, right? That's one of the things that we've never been able to outgrow in the human condition is human curiosity. You get curious about it. Now you hear something clever or what you thought was clever from some derelict Negro male sitting there running his mouth about red pill tampon talk. Or some over-glorified bathroom attendant, some back cover scholar, and then next thing you know, he's sitting there counting amongst women who very well have the best interest of black men. And then you realize that they're coming into a space where he may be able to find the support base, right? But then ostracize himself because he wants to know the answer to some bullshit that he heard on somebody else's channel. So how you engage these derelict Negroes is whenever they get to ask you these kind of questions, ask them, do I owe you something? That's what you ask them. Do I owe you something? If not, then I owe you no answer for that, because that's ultimately for you to decide. And if you don't see what she brings to the table, why the fuck are you pursuing her? Oh, that's why you're pursuing her, because you love pussy, but you hate responsibility. And the whole strategy is to devalue the things that historically have been feminine roles, right? That's the first thing they say. Can you cook? Can you clean? Can you do this? Can you do backflips off of the ceiling fan? See, the thing is, if I take those things away from you, you're left bargaining the thing between your legs because that's what he really wants. And that's all they really want. And so now the conversation really does come down to prostitution, right? Like, well, what can I get that pussy for? That type of goofy shit. Isn't that why you hear them around here advocating for prostitution? Why prostitution should be legal, right? Because that's all they want access to. Nothing else. These Negroes ain't thinking long term. They're not even thinking of legacy. Oh, you know what happens? Actually, they do think of legacy. This is how the derelict Negro male legacy really works, right? It works like this. They wanted to chase you down for that pussy. The Flying Dutchman comes out of the depths of his own obscurity and failure, comes up to the surface to pirate a vessel, some butt, right? Boards the vessel, right? Leaves his cargo on the vessel, right? He's not there to captain the vessel. He's only there to rape and pillage the vessel for all of its goods. Whenever he has the goods, he gets the fuck up out of there. Now, when the cargo that he left on board comes fully grown, right? He goes through life being a derelict. He's not uncaring because he's a pirate. He's a Flying Dutchman. And then what happens is when the ship that he was trying to pirate or pirated finds a better or a better, more stable, more reliable, more secure captain, all of a sudden he wants to come back. Says, I want my kids back. I want my family back. Now, you weren't thinking about that when you was pirating the pussy, though. But you know the consequences of sex, though. Right? You know the consequences of sex. They will come up on the Flying Dutchman. Say, a lot of you run into Flying Dutchman. It comes out of the depths of their own failure and obscurity. Right? Rises up out of the depths of Davy Jones' locker. Come up there, hey, baby. You want to go 60-40 on this gyro mill? See, you don't owe these niggas no answers. Okay? You don't owe them shit. And it's obvious that this derelict Negro male is mentally ill. Because why would he have the expectation of you giving them some answer that only he can answer for himself? Don't you know that's evidence of mental illness? You just arguing with the nigga. You end up falling into his delusion. What's the delusion that he has some reasonable expectation that this perfect stranger is supposed to answer a question that only he has the answer to? Because obviously the woman he's pursuing, he's going to have to answer that for himself. What is she supposed to bring to the table for him? You get what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Yes, you make absolutely perfect sense. I just wanted to come in because I'm going to have to drop off and go to sleep tonight because I was on here last night till like 4:30 in the morning and I had to get up at 6:30. So I'm really sleepy, but I just wanted to say thank you so much, Commander Gray and esteemed Maximum, for the dialogue and for the closing in of ranks. And these are the kinds of discussions that we need to have with each other if we're really serious about where we're heading. So I just wanted to say I appreciate it. And I told everyone good night in the chat, but I didn't want to just drop off. I wanted to show you brothers respect and tell you, good night. And thank you very much. I'll be listening, but I'm going to go lay down.
Indeed.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Max, you can weigh in anytime, brother.
No, I'm just listening, man, and just sitting up there thinking while you're talking, is that these guys with this hatred, launching these kinds of calculated attacks that are designed to break the woman's spirit. And when you break a person's spirit, it's easier to make them a slave. These guys have a slave master type mentality. And they want to crack a whip over the backs of Black women because they hate themselves. Like I said before, it's not so much of them hating women, they really hate the men. Because when you have a high quality of women in the area that's producing that kind of positive energy, they will attract strong, positive men. And it is the men that they are so jealous and fearful of, that they don't want the women to have these good men. They don't want good relations to happen because they themselves cannot carry good relations with women. So they don't want other men to have these relations either. So they attack the women to run the women away. Thus, there are no men attracted to an empty area where there is no women. So they kill two birds with one stone. And this is what we have to guard against.
Yes, to protect the salubrious environment.
Yes, it's salubrious.
Yeah, I got that word from Max, by the way.
Well, I got a lot of stuff from YouTube, Commander, so we good, man. But I should have stopped it though. I've been thinking the strategy. Maybe I should let it go on because I knew what he was trying to do. I knew what that was going to do. So I blame myself a little bit more. I should have just stopped it, and not allow it to happen at all.
Indeed. But it's a learning experience, right? So it's no one's fault, right? We want to make that clear. It's nobody's fault. It's a learning experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we address it now to learn from history, because that's if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Right. And I feel that I don't think it's over. It's going to be more attacks, but going forward, we'll know what to look out for. So remember, we just have to eliminate these people from the environment and not engage them, not entertain them. Let them stick out like a sore thumb so we can get them out of the environment. Because this environment is starting to attract quality people. Like I was just telling the women before you came in, quality men are starting to come over here. Okay? George Macon is over here. Other people are starting to come over here because they are intrigued by this environment. And these guys don't want an environment of black women and black men with positive relations. They want everybody to be in that cesspool that they're waddling around in of self-hatred and loathing. I don't understand how you just constantly every day get up and just have nothing but bad things to say about people. You have to be a miserable person to get up every single day and rant for hours and say nothing good about other people. You must have nothing good within you, and that's all you do every single day.
Indeed. I mean, it's really a easy thing. You have derelict Negro males running around here, talking about they're masculine, like, which is laughable, right? And then they turn around, they create these they're little groups that they act as satellites, little worker drones, right? That of these salubrious environments, you have to treat them like an invasive species. Invasive species you create repellents for.
Oh, you know what, man? I'm glad you're up here before you go. I want to see if you can help Dame Frankie out with a question. So I know you raise young boys and nephews and stuff like that. Dame Frankie, take the link and come up here for a second, please, if you can, while we still got the commander up here. He might be able to help you out with the question as well. 1 second. Let me get the link. She had a question about the 2 boys that she's having an issue with, 2 young boys. Yeah, Commander. So, we lost a good stream. Lost us a good stream. A stream that reflects poorly on this environment.
It's not going forever.
Okay. Hold on, let me see if she's coming up, because she had a question. And there she go. The general, what is he doing in here?
Hello, everybody.
Greetings.
I like the analogy that you gave about the just. I like the analogy that you gave about the lion chasing the gazelle, and then when he gets to the gazelle, says, have you been eating the proper nutrients before I devalue you?
Yeah, I mean, it's silly because the man pursues, right? It's the man that ultimately pursues Mary.
He was in the waiting room?
Say again?
You see he was in the waiting room?
I have not.
The general, Q.
I can't see who's in the waiting room.
Yeah, Q was in there.
So it's just like somebody going to a restaurant. If you're vegan, you're not going to go to a steakhouse. You don't go to a steakhouse if you're a vegan talking about what's on the menu. Nothing that you want is on the menu.
Yeah, it's kind of like, right? I don't eat at Burger King because Burger King doesn't serve anything I eat.
Right.
But it's like me still asking Burger King, well, what do you bring to the table that makes me want to eat at your restaurant, Burger King?
Right.
Like, I've seen your menu. I know that ain't shit on there that I fuck with already.
The name Frankie, are you there?
All right.
How you doing, Frank? Listen, ask the commander your question because he has a lot of experience with young boys. He's raised with himself. Yeah, ask him your question.
Okay, I had two 10-year-old little boys in my vacation Bible school class over the summer. First boy had the same last name as mine. I'm referring to him as Frank. And the other boy, he came in, started it a little later, so I'm calling him New Boy. Now, my class, I get a lot of the shy ones, and I pull them out of their shyness. So in the beginning, I pulled him out of shyness. He was interacting. He was having fun. He was enjoying the class. Okay, new boy come in a couple of days later, and I noticed he became withdrawn, and he totally caved into himself, wouldn't talk, wouldn't participate, and I picked up on it, and I asked him if anything was wrong. He didn't talk. His cousin that he came with, she asked me if I wanted her to ask him. Came out that the new boy that came in was from his school, and he got the boys in the class to start calling him by a girl version of his name. And he was not happy with that. It took us a while to figure that part out. We had to end up going through the whole class to get to the source of all that. And I had pulled both the boys out of class and I had to talk with them. And I told the new boy, look, what is going on? Why you calling him this? Don't call him by any name that is not his name or what he told you is okay. And he was explaining how the boy was acting girly, and he was making the hand gestures and everything like most women do when they arguing or whatever. I never saw this the entire time the boy was there. The Frank was there. I never saw those gestures. Never saw any feminine mannerism. Um, but another classmate of there said she didn't know what it was about. She just knew that the boys at her school was calling them by these names. So I told him, look, don't have time for this. Your opinion, you can have your opinion about what you feel it is, but you're gonna keep them opinions behind your teeth, or somebody's gonna knock them out. And he's going, Miss Dame, are you threatening me? I said, no, I'm telling you that you don't stop this teasing. Somebody's gonna you're gonna tease the wrong person, and they're gonna get you, and you ain't gonna have no teeth in your mouth. So I talked with him. I said, look, can y'all let this go and be friends? They was like, nah, you know. I said, is it gonna be a problem? Should I make y'all should y'all be make y'all hug it out? Cause I will. And it said no. I said, okay, here's the rules. Y'all don't sit next to each other. Y'all try to be, but if y'all forced to, because there will be situations where y'all forced to, the only thing I want coming out of your mouths is hi and bye. Y'all say hi, y'all say bye. And they agreed to that, and they were fine. Everything was all right. Other boys been chastised and corrected. Everything was cool. The last day they did have to sit with each other. They just tolerate each other, and it was basically just hi and bye. But they never gonna be friends. And I was wondering because Max is always talking about how our boys are feminized. Did I handle the situation right or correct? Because um, I'm not certain if I did. And I don't know what the situation is with the parents. He came with his cousin and her grandmother. I think he was just visiting for that week in the summer. Never got a chance to meet the parents. I did tell his cousin's grandmother, and she was going to talk with the parents. The other boy, the new boy, I never met his parents. I've seen him later on, and he seemed to be okay. He seemed to have corrected himself. But as for any feminine gesture on Frank's part, I never saw it. I'm assuming that because all the boys in the school was teasing him, that he correct any behavior or habits he had that was girl-like. Or what the boys said was girl-like. I ain't never seen it, so I didn't know how to judge it.
No, you handle it right. But are there any men that are a part of the group?
Yeah, one of, I guess you could say, Boy's mentor. He was helping me with the class because I had a large amount of boys and I was the only teacher. I'm not the best as it come to teaching. I'm good at getting them excited about a class and the event, and pulling them out of their shyness. But I'm a little unfocused when it comes to teaching, so he was helping me with that. And he said, as far as he was concerned, you seem to handle it okay. He said it depends on, over the matter of time, how long it take, and if I could talk to parents. No luck with that. That's why I talked to his cousin's grandmother. She talked to the parents because they weren't in town. He was visiting for the summer, for a couple of weeks.
No, you handled it fine. But ultimately, the boys are not going to be receptive unless it's a man, older man telling them that. And the reason I'm saying that is because you don't want to force the boys together or force them to be friends. When to be friends, it'll naturally happen. You got to remember they're 10-year-olds, right? And
Yeah.
for new kids, new boys especially, that's kind of how, when new boys that are new to like a certain social setting, a lot of times how they break the ice is by being, like I said, but by being little assholes.
Oh, okay.
Right. At first, they're shy. They really want to be bothered because because boys, they kind of like want to, learn things on their own. They don't want to be, forced into, having to participate with other boys. Like when they want to come around other boys, they're gonna gravitate to them naturally. They're gonna be a dick about it.
Yeah.
And they do.
Only thing I can say,
with the teasing.
only thing addition I can add was that at the end of that day, when we was going out to join the rest of the school, he hugged me real tight. In fact, I thought he was trying to lift me. I was like, take it easy. You're gonna give yourself a hernia. And then later I had a chance to talk with him one-on-one about not letting the opinions of others affect how he feel about himself, or affect him directly. But he didn't talk too much about it. From what I understood from the girl that was in their class, every boy in their school was calling them by this girly name. So, and when I talked to the new boy later, like about 3 or 4 months later, he said he had learned his lesson, and they're not going to be friends, but they leave each other alone.
Okay, yeah, that's typically how boys interact. Like usually for new kids, or especially new boys, they'll they're a bit standoffish because it's a new environment, and all of the other kids, the reason why they're probably teasing them a bit is because they think he's an asshole. So they're gonna try to tease him to get a response, because ultimately what they want to do is they want to hang out with him and see what he's about.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, I don't think the rest of the boys in the class. They appreciate being pulled out, but I don't think they held it. I pointed out that they were bullying. They didn't like the idea that they had been bullying, because we kind of drill into them about bullying, but we don't want to um, stifle something that's naturally boys, but we don't want to get it out of hand that is turning into bullying. And they were like, "I wasn't bullying. I just assumed that that was his nickname." Did he tell you that? Did you notice that he was not receptive to that? He wasn't happy with y'all calling him that. Well, no, but he didn't say nothing. So I had to deal with that, because when they in my church and I see them more regular, and I was like, "Hey, boys, I don't appreciate y'all doing that." I said, "Y'all gonna nip that in the bud, and don't get caught into situations like that." Especially the girl that was at the school with both boys.
Yeah,
She was upset, and
it's,
she had.
what's even better
Uh-huh.
is bring it to one of the men's attention, because the boys are always more receptive to men. They're always more receptive to men. See, with you telling them, it's kind of like mom telling them, like, mom, it's like taking it from mom. Like, mom's lenient, right? So it kind of gives them the inclination that, yeah, she might have said it, but it was just kind of a suggestion, right? The man seeing is like, yeah, he business. Right? Hold on one second. Yeah.
Yeah, but our boy's mentor, he seemed to be like, just like his boys being boys, and the Frank needs to develop a thicker skin. And I'm like, no, 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 this is something a lot more. I was like, he said they're gonna be all right as long as they're not coming into physical blows. They good. And I was like, okay. My mind is telling me no, 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 no. But
Oh, that's your
I I bow down to somebody that have more experience. One,
that's your
he's a man, and two, he has a little boy himself.
yeah, that's your maternal instinct. Your maternal
Hmm.
instinct is always going to protect children. Or you think you're protecting them, but the reason why the man has to say it, right,
Hmm.
is because they're going to be more receptive. So because they know the man means business, they're going to think that, okay, you saying it's kind of like mom saying it, which means that I have some leeway to disobey, because even when I disobey, mom doesn't really, get in my ass like pops would, right? So
Yeah.
the man has to do it, but
Okay.
he will develop a thicker skin, because once he learns what the environment a little bit better, you're gonna see them going back and forth like cats and dogs.
Okay. So if I ever come into a situation like that again, turn them over to the men and let them deal with them.
Yes,
All right.
because even if the man says this is how men are, even if the man says, "Oh, it's just boys being boys," he's still gonna cut a sharp eye over at him just to see what's going on, to make sure that
Mm-hmm.
it nothing too serious happening with the boy.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Okay.
going to be receptive to the man's end. Like, hey, y'all cut this out. Hey,
Okay, I just want to make sure I was doing everything okay, because, with Max talking about um, 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 the men being too feminized, and I'm noticing that I'm arguing with men um, online like I'm arguing with women, and sometimes I get exasperated with it. But I never see this out in my world except for a rare occurrence, and you're right, they be derelict males and stuff like that. Ugh.
yeah, like if you keep getting involved, right? Like, what a lot of times, especially with male kids, they see them getting saved too much by, say, a female figure like yourself.
Mhm,
They'll make fun of them for
mhm,
that, because what they want
mhm, mhm,
to stand up to them, and they say, they're all playing, or they're all wrestling, and that's kind of how boys are.
Well,
Okay, so
thanks for the advice, Aruna. I just wanted to make sure because, you know, every now and then I think about them and it's getting closer and closer to the summer. Sometimes I have the same kids over and over again. And so I know there's a chance I might see them, one or both of them again. And if it didn't resolve itself, I figure it might pop up again.
Okay.
and your boy is probably seeing that because kids do a lot of things out of your sight.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're in all areas of the building or outside, so you may not see what they see. Kids are very truthful for the most part. So if he said that he saw that, 9 times out of 10, that's what he saw and interpreted as some kind of feminine gesture, and that's why he's teasing the boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean he didn't see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So did he answer your question, Miss Frankie?
Yeah. I answered my questions, and now I have a little. I'm a little bit more comfortable that did everything okay. Got some secondary choices if it pops up again, because this is the first time I had to deal with little boys referring to each other as being girly and being teased about it to that extent. And I've seen the teasing where they try and encourage each other to do better, like you throw like a girl, and I'd be like, hey, because sometimes we was in a mixed group growing up, so I seen that kind of teasing. But this is where he's referring to gestures and mannerisms that might be feminine.
About 10 years old and showing feminine. That's
Yeah.
problematic.
And he seemed to be doing the hand gestures when a woman is arguing, and she's doing those hand gestures where she squeezed her hands together. The only thing he didn't do was the neck roll and the eye roll. I was like, okay,
Man,
I
his
didn't see that.
mother, and no one is correcting that. His mother, I mean, I'm sure his mother sees it. Somebody sees that. No one's correcting that.
Somebody must have corrected it, because when I talked to some of the other boys one-on-one on the quiet after this incident, they said they didn't see it. They were just teasing because of
No, I'm
the
not
girly
talking about
name.
the kids. I'm talking about the parents. Like, I mean, if he's doing that and some kids are seeing it, he's got to be doing this in the home. What are the parents do? Does he have both parents?
To be honest, I don't know. But the new boy is in a single parent household where he's mostly with his mother. And I have no idea what Frank home situation is. This is the first time I saw this little cousin. But he could be one of the cousins once or twice removed. So, I don't be knowing all the younger ones, shucks, I be barely knowing some of the ones that's my own age. So so I just assume it because his cousin is also my cousin, same last name, and we kind of go by where's your family, originate from in Louisiana to kind of fill out who's related and who's not. Or at least that's the way I do it. I got some other family members that's more detailed into the family history, but shoots. Whew.
Okay.
So as far as I was concerned, it was just a baby cousin that I ain't never met yet.
Mm-hmm. So, the eyes get heavy and weary.
Okay, my brother.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Right,
too many late nights with y'all.
Good night.
We'll be on for about another hour or so, and then I'm gonna cut it short tonight too. Everybody, thank the commander for coming through. Put it down for us as always, Mr. Gray. What in the world? Okay, yeah. So let me see. All right, guys, we're gonna open up the panel. We are on full security alert. You can come up and talk about whatever you want to talk about. We'll chop it up for like another hour or so. So I got the panel locked up, so you can't just anybody to jump up on here. But you can hit the link, and if I see you in the waiting room, I'll let you come on. So, dang, Frankie, Frankie, did you get off there? Yes. So everybody, yeah, so that's pretty much, we want to talk about tonight, you know, these red pill attacks. Exactly, Dan Frankie, men hug women. That's exactly right. I want to know what are you going to sleep, Frankie? Because you can come back up here if you want. We can discuss it a little bit more detail, because I'm curious about something. I want to know what his parents are doing about that. I mean, if he's doing that, then it's obvious that someone in the home is seeing this and they aren't correcting him. Or even if they care to correct him. That's what I'm concerned with. Like, what do you even care to correct this boy? You know, it's obvious. I mean, he's 10 years old and exhibiting this kind of feminine behavior. That's problematic. Yeah, what the hell is going on with parenting? Hold on, let me get back to it. Okay, Frankie, you're on. Parenting. Yeah, what the Frankie?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, now, the one who is doing the feminine behavior, is that the one named Frank, or is that the new boy?
That's the one, Frank.
And you don't know what his parental situation is? You don't know if he's has a single parent?
I think, from what I got from my cousin, the older one, the grandmother of the baby cousin, and she didn't go into a lot of details. You know, our family's a big stickler about staying out of each other's business, but his parents are going through some marital problems. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if they separated. I don't know
It could be
if
because of that. It could be because one parent is probably, because I've seen situations where the men are very, very manly, and somehow the father has a job to where it takes him out of a home for a certain period of time, and the boy is becoming effeminate, and the father is dead set against it, and it causes a rift between the father and the mother. Because I'm like that. I'm telling you right now. I had a son. I come home and I see him doing some good. I'm gonna have a serious problem, and I'm going to be upset with her as well. It's going to be thundering and lightning in the home.
But could your child reach to 10 years old without you noticing?
No, that's very unusual. I don't understand that. Like, parents are supposed to know their children. See, this is why I always blame the parents. I don't think there's a such thing as bad kids. People think I'm crazy for saying that, but I don't. I just think they're just bad parents. You're supposed to be in every facet of your child's life. I mean, how is it that you don't know this is going on in your roof? You see your children every single day. You put them to bed. You put clothes on their back, you put food in their bellies. You see them every day, and you don't know this is happening. Somebody,
Mm.
listen. I wouldn't if there's a situation going on with a split. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the reasons because most manly men will not heal with this in their voice.
Mm.
They won't. We just simply won't. And I'm one of those men. I'm not trying to hear that at all.
Mm.
And I would be extremely upset with the child's mother.
Yeah. Or
Okay,
as I
then,
said,
good night.
it's possible that he didn't show it until he was getting teased at school. Either either he didn't do it often, or when he got mad, it must have showed up. Cause I've seen a boy where he's seen boy in every way, and then when he get mad, the feminine gestures come up.
And you've
Um,
seen it?
And the new boy, he did the feminine gesture to show what he was talking about so doggone well. I mean,
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
if he wasn't
Hold on a
showing me
second.
the gestures, I would have thought it
Wait a
was
minute,
him
wait.
that was.
I
Hmm?
thought you said you did. I thought you said at the beginning you didn't see this.
I didn't see Frank do this. I saw a new boy do this to show me what he's talking about.
Okay, so you saw. Okay, so you was okay. So
He was
okay.
demonstrating why he was calling him by a girly name. I guess to
Well, you
justify
was a,
why he was calling him that.
all right. Well, if he was able to demonstrate that and give you some kind of Pictionary depiction of what he saw.
Yeah, I mean he did it
Oh,
exactly.
oh,
The only thing was missing was the neck roll and the eyes rolling.
okay. Well, then he actually saw that. Then you know, kids
Mm-hmm.
are very truthful at that age. They pretty much repeat what they see. It's not
Yeah.
even a subject of lying. They just repeat what they see. You know, when they're that age.
Yeah.
So that's what he saw. He
Hmm.
saw that, but you didn't see
Yeah.
it though.
I didn't see it. So either he's been
Yeah, I don't.
correcting either he's been correcting himself to stop being teased, or maybe whatever's going on with his family is making corrections and stuff like
Well, let
that.
me. All
I
right. Well,
don't
let
know.
me. Okay.
All I
Wait a
know
minute.
from what my cousin told me, she, she wanted the parents to be able to concentrate on their marriage. So she
All right. Well,
offered for him to spend a couple of weeks with her and her grandkids.
let me say that. Let me say this, right? Um, let me say this. Okay. So, do you know how long this has been going on? Like a period of time, maybe a week, a month.
At least since last year. I mean,
So
the
when was the
2
first
years
time?
before that, before the summer.
Okay, so when was the first time New Boy came to you and said, "Okay, this is what's going on"?
Nope, new boy never said anything to me. He was just fitting in and trying to participate in all the stuff we were doing because he came in like the second day. He came in the second day. One of his cousins talked him into going, and he liked it so much he came back. I
Mm.
didn't notice anything until like the last 2 days of the event. All of a sudden I just saw Frank just cave in. He became withdrawn. He's almost like lying his head on the table. I thought he was sick, you know. So I was trying to get him to tell me what was going on, but he wouldn't say anything. He'd be like nothing. But I could tell something was wrong. Even his cousin that he came with could tell. So she asked me if I want her to ask him what's going on, and she'll let me know. So I let them go in the hall so they can talk themselves. And then she came back and told me that he was being teased um, by the boys, and they were calling him a girl's name. But I guess he didn't get into details because I had to figure out which boy it was. And no, teased by the girl. But come to find out, the girl did not tease. She verified what the new boy had said, that the boys in school call him by that girl's name. And
No,
then once I figured out it was one of the boys that was involved, I had to go through the boys because nobody would say what it was new boy specifically. So I had to go through all the boys, and then they finally was like, no, it wasn't us. The first time we heard it, it was from the new boy. And I said, okay, from now on, don't call anybody by any name, but the name they have or the name they told you to call them. Because we have boys who have unusual names and they don't like it, so they prefer their nickname or something like that. And then when I got to the source, I pulled it out and had that conversation about, look, you can have all the opinions you want about the situation. Keep it to yourself. Keep them words behind your teeth, or you're gonna lose them. And that's when he's like, "Are you threatening me?" I say, "I ain't threatening you. I'm telling you a fact. You keep on doing that, you're gonna say that to the wrong person. You're gonna have no teeth."
Classic Ruby says kids are very good at hiding their public persona from their home life. If they are motivated or fearful, kids are very good at keeping secrets and at doing whatever is necessary to try to fit in. That's facts. I agree with that. She also says, until extreme emotion comes into play, and suddenly you find out all kinds of new behaviors and words you never dreamed that you knew. They know. Christina Williams also asked, she said, dang Frankie, did he ever deny what New Boy was saying about him with the behavior? So did he deny that?
No, he never denied it. But I don't know if I gave the opening in there.
Yeah, you know what? I'm curious about that
But
too.
no, he never
Hold on one
denied
second.
it.
Hold on one second. When New Boy was accusing him of this, were both of them there in front of you?
Yeah, they were there in front of me, was out in the hall. He
All right, all
said
right. Yeah,
he
yeah,
said
yeah.
Frank was
No, no, no,
being
no, no, no.
girly.
No, no, no. I don't need all the other stuff. Okay, so they were in front of you, right? Okay, now, when New Boy was doing these gestures or whatever, did you notice the facial expression of Frank when this was going on?
He looked mad to me.
He looked mad. Did he
Yeah.
say anything?
He didn't say he was mad. He didn't say anything.
He could be upset because he don't like the behavior. I don't know. It's confusing. I'm not a psychologist. See, I can't really map it out. I don't want to. This is not my area of expertise. There could be a couple of things going on there.
He was mad about being called that girl's name. He was mad because he felt he was being alienated from the other boys because that's what happened to him at school. All the boys in school start calling him by a girly name, and they wouldn't have too much to do with him. I guess when he came
And,
over,
okay,
he
so
was making friends.
girls started joining in on the name calling as well.
Um, no. This was all boys. The girls and the boys kind of sit separately because
Okay,
one, they
okay.
do kind of naturally.
Right. Okay, yeah, but you're confusing me a little bit. Who is this girl?
Uh-huh.
Who is the
Oh,
girl?
okay. She was the girl. She was at the school with both of them. She didn't call him any name. He said she didn't call him any name, but she verified that he was called that name at the school. I guess whatever the conversation was, she got pulled in. So and so was here. She knows. He gets. He's. We call him that. She verified. Yes. They call him that name at school. But she said she didn't honestly know why. She just figured it was just regular boy teasing. And I told her she needs to be careful being drawn into situations like that because she almost got in trouble. And the next time to do the the thing where my name is Bennett, I ain't in it. My name is Carl. That's between the both of y'all. Stay out of it. Don't get
Yeah,
pulled in the middle of
Christine.
something.
Yeah, Christine. I don't think it's a matter of whether it's true or not because I believe that. Because like I said, kids usually that age, it's not even a matter of lying. They just repeat whatever they see. Okay, so
Mm-hmm,
I don't think it's a question of whether it's true or not. I'm trying to figure out two things. Okay, why the boy's upset? Is he upset because he can't deny it, or is he upset because it's something he can't fix? And he don't know why he's like that. He's confused. You know, I wish I knew what the parenting situation was like.
yeah.
Yeah, because of this
Mm.
behavior, if the boy is
Okay.
mimicking, if the boy
I
is mimicking him like that, then this probably went on more than once. You know,
mm-hmm.
yeah, it's probably something that continued happening over a period of time, and and they started mimicking him because he didn't change or whatever. And I'm concerned with what's going on in the house. I mean, if he's out here doing this, he's not being corrected in the home. I'm sure this has been seen in the home before. I can't imagine his parents or parent not knowing he's like this.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he's gay or anything. I just think he
Well,
must have picked up
I mean,
some bad
yeah,
mannerism.
yeah, but we say no, right? Because we usually associate homosexuality with adults. As
Mm-hmm,
far as I know, we don't really associate that with small children.
mm-hmm.
Okay, and so we tend to ignore these mannerisms, as you say, right? When they are the same mannerisms of homosexuals and females. And so when the boy
Okay.
grows up and he becomes a adult, then we recognize him as a homosexual when he was a homosexual when he was 10 years old.
Mm.
Because we didn't want to,
But I
we didn't
wonder if
want to
there's
talk,
something
we
else
didn't want to
going on.
say, yeah, because we don't want to say he's a homosexual at the age of 10.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But this stuff came from somewhere. He's getting this. Kids don't just do things. They mimic things. They do what they see. This behavior
Mm-hmm.
came from somewhere and it was condoned. That's why he don't have a problem doing it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He was
Yes.
allowed to behave this way. That's my
Yeah.
concern. Like, what are the parents? I'm sure the parents or parent knows that he is like this. And it could be, an issue. I know with manly men, that's a problem. It would be a problem for me, a big problem, if I even knew my son had these kind of tendencies, I would have a serious, serious, serious problem. And there will be thundering and lightning in the house. I would be extremely upset with the boy's mother, especially if I have the kind of job that takes me out of town for certain periods of time and she's allowing my boy to become effeminate. I would be extremely upset. Yeah, well, that's Ruby. Maybe that needs to change, though. She was sitting up here
Yeah.
ignoring glaring things. Okay, she's calling them mannerisms, but these are the same gestures and behaviors that homosexuals have.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe homosexuality isn't just about who you are sexually attracted to. Maybe it's about, the behavior which leads to the sexual attraction of other people. Maybe the behavior and the mannerisms are the beginning of a developing attraction towards the opposite sex. So we don't call it homosexuality because it has to do with the sexual attraction of other people, but yet they have all these glaring mannerisms, okay, that comes with that type of behavior and lifestyle that are now being shown by 10-year-old kids. And we don't classify them as homosexual or gay because they're children, and we say that this is normally a situation where one person is attracted to the opposite sex. But we are ignoring the mannerisms and the behaviors that lead up to this because homosexuals do behave this way. Not all of them, but most of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I won't know.
Yeah,
I guess I won't know for sure till this summer.
that's my point. This is what I just said. He got that from somewhere. I do not believe. See, I don't buy into this stuff about they're born this way. But then again, there's so much chemicals in the food or whatever. It probably is born this way now. Maybe 30 years ago, I wouldn't believe that, but there's no telling what's going on now with all kinds of chemicals in the food and they turning frogs gay and all. There's no telling what's going on now. He may very well have been born that way.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
I saw him as really different
Hold on
from
one second.
the rest of the
Hold on a second,
10 years
Frankie.
old until.
I don't believe. Hold on one second, Frankie. I don't believe that one mid-class group. I think that's some feminist nonsense that they put out there to try to excuse this kind of wild behavior. Manly men will never ever be gay. Never. Manly men don't even have any kind of sexual thoughts about other men at all. At all. If a man is having that kind of feeling about other men, then he's not a straight man. He's not a masculine man. You can sit up here and say he's masculine all you want because he has broad shoulders or he's brawny, or he may sound like, but there's nothing manly about him. That's an ego. That's an ego and mentality thing. That has nothing to do with how big you are, how strong you may be, or whatever the way some people may associate masculinity with big muscles or whatever. Okay? Masculinity is a mentality. It's not a physical physique. You can have broad shoulders and all that. It doesn't mean that you're masculine. That's all in the mind.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. It went so silent. I thought maybe we
No,
lost
no,
connection.
No, I'm not denying anything because I know what a man is because I'm a man myself. And I can tell you that masculinity and manhood, right, that's a mental thing. That's something that I am in my head. It's not my muscles that make me manly. Okay, it's my mind. Masculine men are mentally males.
Mm-hmm.
There's a mental conditioning in my head that separates me from females.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why, you see, some women don't want to understand. You see, this is what kills me about people. And I don't like having these kind of conversations because people just won't get it, right? We know what we are men, okay? And we understand what men are, okay? A man can have all the muscles in the world, right? And look masculine, right? And not be, it's a mental conditioning. It has nothing to do with lifting weights or anything like that.
Well,
No, I didn't say they were basically automatically anything. I said maybe we should start looking at it that way because a lot of these people who grow up to be these born homosexuals, they had those type of manners and behaviors when they were younger, and they were overlooked because, like you said, we associate homosexuality with the attraction to the opposite sex. Maybe that should be revamped. Maybe we should go back and take another look at it. And again, we keep blurring the lines, right? Because people just want to be right about it. So we just keep blurring lines. Masculine men, right, aren't gay. There's nothing masculine about being gay.
okay. What about? Oh, you got a call coming through?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. What about a gay man that says he's not a effing woman? He's a man who's attracted to men. He is not a woman.
Why would you
He's
listen
not.
to something?
He's not.
See, this is
Well,
what
I
I'm
kind of
about.
lumped him. I kind of lumped him with these gay men who like
Yeah, but this is
to
what
dress up and pretend to be women, and he was insulted. He
right,
said,
right.
"I am not like one of them."
Hold on one
He
second. Hold
said,
on. Wait a minute for 1 second. See, that's what I'm talking about. You see, we talk so much, right? That the rhetoric gets into our heads and screws everything up, right? Well, what if a horse came to you, right, and said to you, "Hey, I'm not a horse"? What would you think? Hello?
"Oh, you're talking to me?"
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. What if a horse walked up to you, right, and said, "Hey, I'm not a horse"?
Max, I'm a twisted, sweet, sleepy person. Cause my first thing would be, man, the horse is talking to me. But
Yeah,
if he said
yeah,
he wasn't a
yeah.
horse,
Okay. Now, say you get past that part, right? That the horse is talking to you. Now you're looking at this horse, who's a horse, right? He tells you, "Well, I'm not a horse." What if a bird came to you and said, "I'm not a bird," or or a lion walked up to you and said, "I'm not a lion"?
okay, wait. Okay, I think we got off topic. The
No, no,
gay
no.
man was
No,
not,
no, no, no,
but
no,
we're
no, no,
not
no,
saying he
no.
was not
It's
gay.
perfectly on
He
topic
said he
because
was not a
no,
woman.
hold on 1 second. It's perfectly on topic because what I'm trying to get at is this here, right? The sickness of the mind, and what people keep falling for, you get into this society BS. Okay, so people can have degrees and run their mouth about things that they think they know, but just don't pay attention to reality. If a lion's walking up to you talking, let's excuse the talking for a second, and the lion is telling you that he's a dog. Well, obviously there's something mentally wrong with that lion. I don't understand why this is so hard for people to understand. We want to sit up here and psychoanalyze everything because we've wasted our time in these colleges, and now we're in debt and we need something to do with these damn degrees, right? We want to just ignore the obvious that these people have mental problems.
Okay, but Max, I wasn't talking about his mental problem. I was talking that he said he was not a woman nor was he trying to be a woman. He just was a man who was attracted to another man. He was mad because I lumped him with the cross dressers, gay men who likes to dress up like women, and he said he was mad. He said, "I am not a woman." He said,
See,
I'm a man who just happened to be attracted to men." He said, "I
see,
may
here's the
be gay,
problem that
but
I have with that.
I
See,
ain't
here's the problem I
confused."
have with that, right? This is the problem I have with that, and this is always happening to women. This almost never happens to men. See, we don't engage in any of that craziness. Okay,
Mhm.
he's mentally effed up. Point blank and simple. I don't give a F if he thinks he's a female or he's not a female or whatever. The moment he says he's attracted to other men, he's mentally effed up. It don't matter to me whether he thinks he's a female or not. I'm not going to get caught up all this other psychobabble that means absolutely nothing. The point is that he's attracted to other men and he shouldn't be. There is a
Okay.
problem there. I don't need to get into none of
Okay.
this. I don't need to get into all of this. Well, you know what? I'm not really a woman. I hate when people call me a woman. I'm just attracted to men. I'm not getting into any of that. That's a bunch of BS. The problem is he's attracted to other men. That is an issue, a
Okay.
serious one. That's the way I see it. I'm not going to get into all these long discussions about what color clothes he's wearing, how big his shoes are, what hat he wears.
Max, your mind went there. I ain't mentioned nothing about clothes. I
No,
just
no, no, no,
mentioned
no,
that
no, no.
he was
I'm just
a
using
woman.
that as an example. I'm not talking. Don't take that literally.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I'm just saying we're
Yeah.
getting all distracted about all this other stuff when the fact is he's mentally ill. He already thinks that there's something already wrong with his mind because he's attracted to other men. Because men shouldn't be attracted sexually to other men. To be attracted to other men at all.
Okay.
Right, at
All right.
all. About
All
nothing.
right. All right. I'm understanding what you're saying, but I thought the statement was about that that gay men could not look masculine. That there's some part of them that's not masculine because of their attraction to
Gay
other men.
men aren't masculine. Gay men aren't manly. Gay men they don't have a manly ego.
Oh, okay.
There's no real masculine man walking around here gay. That is
Okay.
a bunch of BS designed to invoke endless conversation about confusion. I'm telling you, as a manly man, a man's man, there is no manly man on this earth that is gay.
All
Now
right.
you want to get into the psychobabble and delude yourself and get into these long, drawn out discussions about BS just to make yourself sound like you either know what you're talking about or you got something down or whatever. Fine, be my guest. But I'm telling you, as a man, and other real men will tell you the same thing. There is no real manly man on this earth, masculine man, that is gay.
Okay.
And one more thing, real men aren't sexually attracted to other men in no capacity whatsoever. Not attracted to other men, period. There was no exception. There was no, well, wait a minute. There was no, well, what about? No, there is no exception. If a man telling you, well, I'm not gay, but I like other men, he's gay. If he's telling you, well, I'm not a female, but I like wearing female clothes, he's gay. Real men do not engage in any kind of feminine activity whatsoever at all. At all. So we can stop with all this nonsense about, oh, well, he's not really a female, but he dresses in women's clothing. He's not really, we can stop with all of this nonsense. I'll say it one more time. Manly men do not do feminine shit at all. And not attracted to other men at all in no capacity.
Okay. All right. I guess he was trying to distance himself from the other group of gay men, and that he wasn't like them. And so he was telling himself this little lie to himself.
And I actually was telling a lie to you. You were the one listening, right?
Well, yeah, I did lump him together with the other ones.
Yeah.
He was
Confused.
it was the first time I saw that, so I was like, okay,
You know,
whatever.
you know who are really guilty about a lot of these feminists. You know, y'all have to stop listening to these crazy feminists.
I don't be listening to no crazy feminists.
Well, you may not be directly, right? But they got so much crazy rhetoric out here. You may have heard the rhetoric once or twice. It may have didn't know where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Probably didn't know where it came from, you know. They push a lot of crazy, ridiculous stuff out here. Talking about born gay, God made him gay, and all this other craziness. Trying to define what masculinity is.
Yeah, reminds me of my theory about why transsexuals tried to change their sex, because they know deep down inside that they shouldn't be attracted to the same sex. So in order for them to accept their attraction, they had to change their sex.
Right. And then you got people encouraging that by coming to here saying stuff like, oh, well, masculine men are gay. Masculine men can be gay.
Yeah, I saw something shocking. I forgot somebody's chat thinking where they had this scene. Oh, I think it was Sin G, where there was some kind of thing where it says boys could be princess too, and she was talking about how dangerous that rhetoric is about boys can be princess too, and they and how they pushing it, because it was like obvious to me. I was like, whoa.
You know what
I
that's
was like,
like for me? It's like me coming to you and saying, hey, Frankie, you're a woman. You say, why? Because your voice isn't soft enough. Like, what? Like, yeah, you're not a woman because your voice isn't soft enough. Usually a womanly woman has a softer voice. So you must not be a womanly woman. Maybe you're one of
well,
those part-time women. I'm substituting masculinity for womanly, right? So you're not a woman,
Okay.
woman because your voice isn't soft enough. Doesn't that sound like a bunch of ridiculous nonsense to you?
Okay.
You know you're a woman, right? Been one all your life, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna say, hey, Frankie, you're not a woman. Why? Because your voice isn't soft enough. Why am I a woman? Well, you're not a womanly woman. You must be gay. Come on now, really? And then on top of that, you got some. And then on top of that, you got some overly researched academic company talking about. Well, the reason why you're not a womanly woman is because your estrogen levels are a little bit lower than this and that, and then you eat too much cottage cheese.
Shoot. It could be something as simple as I smoke too many cigarettes.
Yeah, nonsense. This is the crap. This is why I can't stand a lot of. Tell you, man. It's why
Psychobabble.
huh? Nigga,
Can't
you
stand a
know,
lot of psychobabble.
yeah, they confuse people with all of this BS, you know. And when you know that you're something, they tell you that you're not, and they tell other people that you're not. The other people are questioning, hey, I heard that you wasn't a woman. Well, you know me for 30 years. Yeah, but I didn't know you wasn't a woman. I mean, this is the kind of crap, you know. That's why I tend to stay. I try not to have too many conversations with a lot of psychologists, and, 'cause they drive me crazy, and they cause a lot of confusion. Chaos, what's going on, man? Chaos
You know he's napping.
already? Just came in here and went to sleep.
He's probably napping. We either have to be screaming and hollering or get very, very quiet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that's when he comes to attention. Is either when it gets really, really loud or really,
Well,
really
I
quiet.
want to ask y'all a question. We get another woman up here. I want to ask y'all, what do if a man like, okay, if you see what do you think is a masculine man? What does masculine mean to you?
Um, Strong. Um, that's the first thing that come to mind.
And so, if someone told you that masculine men could be gay, right? What would that do to you when it comes down to you choosing a mate? Will that be in the
I
back of your mind?
start.
Well, you know what? He can be strong, but he can also be gay.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's happening because sometimes one of the questions that you need to find out if he's gay is already starting to happen. You got to find out if he's gay or is he down low, bisexual. You
And the
know.
thing about it is, and you know what kills me about all of this? Strength has nothing to do with being gay.
Mhm.
See, it's not about whether the man is strong or not, whether he's got big muscles or he can run a country mile or whatever. It ain't got nothing to do with that.
Well, no, I don't associate big muscles with strength. Some of the strongest men I've knew, they don't have the bulky muscles of bodybuilders or weightlifters. They have the slimmer musculature like farm hands and yeah, those are usually the strongest ones. I call it they sometimes they call it they got that whipcord musculature and stuff like that. It's there, but it's slim and it comes from working hard. That's why some country
Well,
boys are favorite because they do a lot of farm work and it keeps them in shape. But
well,
they don't
certain
be bulked up. They
depends
don't
on the
be they don't be bulked up.
well,
Hmm.
the size of the muscle does matter. It depends on the shape of the muscle too. Different shapes would tell you what type, different strength comes with those shapes of muscles.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
size does matter because the size will tell you the type of power that the man possessed. The type of raw strength that he possessed. You know, usually the people who work hard, like you said, the bond work or whatever, they
Hmm. Hmm.
get they tend to become over strong, like a overall type strength. Whereas the guys with the
Hmm.
bulky, wide biceps or whatever, they have a different type of strength.
Hmm.
They may have a lot of upper body strength, but don't have any mid or lower body strength.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know, yeah. Where the guy with the
Okay.
uh
Okay.
so
I'm just curious, Max. Which
mhm.
category do you fall in physically? Are you
um,
the bulkier one or the slimmer one?
well, I used to play.
Muscular.
I used to play offensive tackle and offensive guard. So I'm kind of like a mixture of
Oh
both.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
I got the
Oh yeah,
lower.
well, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I got the lower leg drive, and I got the upper body strength as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you balanced.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, I'm just curious because sometimes when guys start correcting me about which is stronger, they usually have a bias because either they tend to lean towards the bodybuilding or the physique is more of the broader, thicker muscle. So they feel like I'm saying that they're weaker. I just said in my experience, I have found the stronger men are the ones that they work the land. Their physique is a little bit on the slim side. It ain't not muscular. It's just that the muscles are slimmer. They're not bulked out. They leaned out. Like it's I call it the whipcord musculature. That's the only way I could think of. It's like the muscles are cords of rope instead of bulks of flesh.
Mhm. Let me ask you a
Mhm.
question,
But
James.
I have relatives that's football players and friends, so I know the appeal of the football build, especially the tackles and the linemen.
Let me ask you a question, right? You have
Uh-huh.
girlfriends, right? Friends, women, friends.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, say it's like you got like masculinity is a mentality, Christina Williams. It's a state of being. It's really hard to explain to a woman because there's really no
So,
true
cause
understanding that
it's
a woman can come into to really get what I'm talking about. It's a state of mind. It's a mentality that embodies the ego to let a man knows that he's different from the opposite sex. It's like an
mm-hmm.
encoded set of instructions. Okay, you know, the sinew of the muscle memory that creates the masculine persona in the mind. This is why we become brawny and we lift weights or not, because our mind is telling us that we need to be beefy and strong, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
our mind, our mentality is telling us that the masculinity trait in our head is telling us that we need to be big and bulky and strong. You know,
Hmm.
we need to be
Okay.
tough. We need to be rugged. It's a psychological code of instruction. It's really hard to explain to females. You wouldn't understand
Well,
really.
it's
Uh,
probably just as difficult for us to explain the feminine
mhm.
side of ourselves to a
Right.
man. It's
Yeah.
just something we know. And sometimes I do get a little upset when somebody is quoting of femininity, because most of the time they doing the surface femininity, you know, like the hair, the clothes, the makeup, certain mannerism and stuff like that. When femininity is more than that.
Right.
But when they explain it or they're trying to teach it, they focusing on the surface, and
Right.
it's more than just that.
Yeah, Christine. Yeah, it is very difficult to even capture in the definition because for men, for different men, it behaves differently as well.
Yeah.
Like, see, in my mind, it's like someone is writing live code into my head that's programming me to be a male, to make me think like a male, make me act like a male. It's really different. You know, it's different for different types of different kinds of men. You know, but the masculine is the psychological identity of who I am. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. So, man, let me tell you this here, right? So you got three friends, okay? Well, they're supposed to be your friends, right? And then the situation happens, okay? Say another woman comes in. Say you're out with your friends and you are having like lunch. Say it's four of you, right? And then the third party, a fifth woman comes in out of nowhere, right? Disrupts your lunch, okay? You and her gets into it, right? Then she hightails it out of there, right? And then one of your friends, right, tell you that you're wrong, right, in front of the other two. How do you feel about that? And you feel that
Oh,
you wasn't wrong,
wait a minute.
and when the other woman intruded, right, you warned that woman not to intrude, and she intruded any old way, then you retaliated, right? So you would surely think that your friends would understand your retaliation, but one of them sides with the woman that intruded, and then proceeds to tell you in front of your other two friends that you're wrong and you shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so this woman comes in. I'm sitting with a bunch of friends. This woman come in, and
Mm-hmm.
she's intruding.
Right.
Nobody
And
claims her
no,
as
no,
I
no, no, no,
invited
no.
this
Hold
girl.
on. Hold on. Right. You didn't invite her. She came over because it's a public space. She came over.
Mhm.
She intruded on your conversation, even though you warned her not to do that. This is not her conversation, right? And that she wasn't welcome in the conversation. And she proceeded to intrude anyway, ignoring your warning, and then you retaliated, right? And then one of your
Mhm.
friends sides with her against you in front of your other two friends.
Hmm. Okay. Just give me a second. I just need to work out that scenario in my mind because my
Hmm.
reality will be playing out differently. Um.
I would like to see how you
Oh,
would.
is it a physical or a verbal retaliation?
You can be any way you want it. Okay, it could be a verbal. Let's just say it's a verbal. Okay, y'all having a nice conversation. It's a public place. Y'all at a public eatery. It's you and your friends, right? And then here comes this other loud woman coming in here with this nonsense. You're like, hey, you're intruding on our conversation. Can you please go somewhere else? She doesn't heed your warning, right? And
Uh-huh.
persist in interrupting your conversation. Then you retaliate. Y'all get into verbal altercation. She runs off, and now one of your friends is siding with her, even though that same friend saw the altercation, saw how it happened, siding with her against you in front of your other two friends.
Hmm.
And then, right, you get into it
Yeah.
with that so-called friend. Wait a minute. Then you get into it with that so-called friend. Then that so-called friend tries to get one of the other women on her side. So it'd be two, her and another one against you. leaving one friend neutral.
Okay, most of the ones I'm friends with, they probably wouldn't allow it to get that far. They'd probably end up having a group discussion and try
Right,
to
but say
work
that
stuff
didn't
out.
happen, though. Say they allowed it to get that far.
It sounds like something I dealt with in middle
Right. See, I
school.
want to see. I want to see what you're going to do in that situation. I want to see how you would handle that. Say they did allow
Um,
all that to happen. Now you
okay,
got
and I
the
told
same
her
friend.
that.
Right. Right. You
And
told her to get away from here. This is none of her business. She's intruding on your conversation. She ignores that, gets into your conversation anyway. You don't like it after you don't warn her. Now, all your friends are watching this. You're get into an altercation. You run her off. You sit back down. One of your friends tells you you're wrong. That wasn't good, and sides with the other one, sides with the woman that you ran off, right, in front of your other two friends, and then tried to get one of them on her side, so to be them two against you.
mm, whew, okay.
Any of you ladies can answer that. Any of you ladies can answer that too. In the chat, any of y'all, you can come up here. We can talk about it. I want to see what y'all would think about that.
Mm. It could denigrate into a fight, but Max, I see where you why you presented it the way it is. But in reality, I probably get pulled over to the side by some of my group saying I didn't have to do it that way. There could have been another way to handle it, and they probably try
No,
to
no, no,
counsel
no,
me
no, no,
about
no,
it.
no, 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 no. We don't
Especially,
get any. No, 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 no. There's
especially
no escapism here. No escapism. Let's do it exact because it went down exactly the way I'm saying it. The person, one of your friends, so-called friends, right, sided with that person that you ran off, that you warned not to enter your conversation,
mm,
right? Side with that person
okay.
against you in front of your other two friends, and then try to split them up by getting one of them on her side, and so there'll be those two against you.
Then she would not be my friend if she's trying to get the others onto her side because she didn't leave it between just the two of us. I would
Exactly.
have to look at her sideways and cut myself off from her if we can't, resolve it peacefully. But
Mhm.
more often than not, something like that, if she's going that far as to pull other people into it, we probably cut ourselves off from each other. Don't hang with each other anymore or that much if we can help it.
Now, what if you had a channel, right, called Dame
I
Frankie's
knew it.
Channel,
I knew it.
right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that
All right.
same friend had a wrench on your channel. What'd you do?
Okay. I would have to kick them. I would have to uh kick the person that intruded out. If I can't resolve anything with the person that took her side, she'll have to go too because she's gonna keep causing problems and try to have a discussion with the others. They can either stay or they can go, but we're not going back over this situation again.
Okay, then let me ask you this. In your mind, who's worse? The woman you ran off or the so-called friend who sided with her? Even after she saw how the situation went down, and how the woman, right, intruded against your wishes.
Mm.
Who's worse, in your opinion?
Mm.
Your friend
Okay,
who called herself your
probably,
friend or the woman you ran off?
Um, my friend probably. I think my friend.
Right. So if you feel,
Cause
okay, hold
she.
on. I got that. So if you feel that the friend is worse, right? Do you feel that you
Mhm.
owe it to that friend to try to work something out, or you should just take that wrench and kick that so-called friend off your channel?
Um, I would try to work it out. Um, I would try. I would try to work it out, and if I see where it's not going to work out, I would take the wrench because they'd be doing something in there, and nobody could correct them. Like time them out or anything. Or sometimes
Mm-hmm.
maybe it'll hit home better if the wrench is taken away. I
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and maybe they might correct themselves, and you may be eventually over time able to give them back the wrench. But yes,
Right, Christina
I
Williams.
would try to work it out first.
Right, Christina Williams. See, the lady you ran away really wasn't all that, but the one, your friend betrayed your friendship. So wouldn't that bother you more?
The friend betrayed my friendship.
And not only did it, not
Yeah,
only did
because
that friend, and not only did the friend betray your friendship, but did it in front of your other friends.
okay. For me, since they're all my friends, it wouldn't quite bother me so much because they know us and stuff like that. So it wouldn't bother me so much that it happened in front of my other friends. I wouldn't like it, but it wouldn't really bother me that much. But it's the trying to pull others into their side of the situation that I look suspect at, look at them side eye. Okay, why you? They didn't say nothing when I was fussing. Why are you trying to pull them into it now? Let them stay out of it and it just be between me and you. But that's the way I am.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty. So
Hmm.
so you will resolve it by trying to work it out with that friend. You will try to pull that friend to the side, right?
Yeah.
Even though that friend didn't pull you to the side, didn't give you that courtesy or that consideration.
Yeah. That's just me. I
Mm-hmm.
can't let what she does um pull me out of what I would normally do. Because then if she pulling me out of that, we might as well go at it verbally and physically. I'm not trying to have that situation. Just because I confronted the intruder verbally or physically, I'm more likely to be verbal. Because if it gets physical, my temper is once it goes off, it's at lethal levels. So I would probably verbally have gone after the intruder. But if she took that person's side, knowing me, that I wouldn't be going off on her, the intruder like that without a reason or without talking with me about it, then we have to talk because there's something else going on. It could be she didn't like my tone, she didn't like I attacked, she didn't like that I did it in such a public situation, and or maybe she's closer friendship with the intruder than she has with me. Anyway, I have to discover it, and I found that people, when you confront them in public, their defensive mechanisms go up, and they all about fronting and defending themselves more than listening to what you're saying.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, so I see that you would rather try to work it out with that friend because you probably value that person's friendship, right?
Hmm. Yeah. Hmm.
Even though that
But
person, even though that person didn't value your friendship,
hmm
because
yeah.
she did, she wouldn't have done. If she did, she would have waited and pulled you to the side later and said, "Hey, Frankie, listen." But that lady, maybe you
And,
would a little bit.
and, and you gotta understand with that scenario and with the women I know, that wouldn't fully happen. Usually it'd be like you're wrong for that, and it'll probably be a group of. Don't mean that they taking the intruder side over mine. It's correcting my. Sometimes it's correcting my behavior, or there could have been a better way to handle it. They would see it that way. And since we all friends, it's not an embarrassment so much. It's just my friends either correcting a behavior that they seem that's either not like me or just too much or whatever they feel that would make them take that side.
You see, you know what I would do? See, I would
Mm-hmm.
see that. I would no longer see that person as a friend.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna sit here and watch me go through a situation, right, where it's clearly that someone is going against my warnings or my wishes and continue to push, which caused me to retaliate. And then you
Mm-hmm.
tell me that I'm wrong and bless me out in front of my other friends, then you are no friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't have the courtesy of doing it, like pulling me to the side or anything. You just do it out in public like that in front of everybody. How much of a friend is that? What kind of friend is that? Can you explain that to me? Because, see, I'm old school. I only know one definition of the word friend.
Mm-hmm.
So I only know one kind of friend. So what kind of friend is that?
Okay. The reason that we see things different. Well, one, we're two different people. Um, I've gone through situation like that. Okay. Some girls go through that when they in their middle and high school and junior high year, and over a period of time, what broke up our friendship got forgotten, and the initial friendship we had sometimes we come back. Well, that's been my experience, but I have had one where we kind of cut each other off, but that was because she was trying to force me to pick sides without telling me what was going on. And the other girl was not telling me sides. So I was like, look, tell somebody, tell me something. I'm not taking nobody's side. Leave me out of it. But that was me. It broke my heart because hey, I really they were very good friends. One friend backed down and said, "You're right. I'm just leaving you out of this thing going on between me and her." The other one was, no, you either on my side or you're on her side, and was trying to force me to pick a side when I just wanted to stay out of it until somebody tell me what's going on, because I don't like picking sides blind.
Did you get cut off? Yeah, you went on mute there, Frankie. So, Christina, what do you think? Thank you. I agree 100%. That's what enemies do. I'm going to do hold on one second here. Yeah, I think a mic went out. Can you hear me? You guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a show, probably in 2020, about how we embrace enemies, and we don't recognize enemies even on the smallest scale when they pretend to be friends and they really aren't friends. An enemy doesn't have to be someone that comes after you with guns blazing. Don't have to be someone chasing you down the street with a baseball bat. Enemies can be very subtle. They can be very sophisticated. They can be very social. You can have social enemies. You can have subtle enemies. There's all kinds of enemies. You know, they don't
Yeah.
have to be right. I was just telling Christine, I said, enemies don't have to be people chasing you down the street with baseball bats and shooting
Yeah.
guns at you. They can be very subtle. They can be social enemies,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, but I have to admit, I have some friends that says I am too nice, too soft-hearted. But then again, I don't have many social enemies. Um, too. If I do, they keeping quiet about it because I have too many friends that who not as blindsided or soft-hearted, or I see everything with rose-colored glasses, as my friend says. She's like, "You too nice. Why can't you just be mad and tell them to step off?" I was like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just the way I am. Shoot, if I say step off to every friend I have
I don't know if you have to
because they
be
done
mad,
something
but
to bother me,
I don't know if you have to be, I don't know if you have to be mad, but I think that we are a little bit too soft sometimes. Even myself, you know,
mm,
I tend to bend over backwards sometimes and I get bit myself. You know, I mean, I've suffered some brutal um, disloyalty. You know that some have left some scars on my heart by people I really cared about. You know, and I didn't know they were that way. You know,
mm-hmm.
I think we all go through it. Um, it's just that people stab you in the back like that. Like I got like I don't know if y'all noticed during the whole time with the Q thing or whatever. I had one of my friends in here stabbing me in the back, right in front of all of y'all.
Yeah, yeah. I
A
feel bad about
so-called,
that. I just wasn't seeing it. I
yeah,
wasn't
a
seeing it right
so-called.
away. I had to.
Let me let me correct myself. A so-called friend,
Mhm.
no longer a friend,
Okay.
in here on my channel stabbing me in the back in front of everyone. But anyway,
Yeah.
let me ask you something else. Let me ask you something else too, right? When you like
Mm-hmm.
somebody and you try to be, I want you guys to help me out on this one too. Because I have this with a couple of people here on YouTube that I actually like, right? But they're
Mm-hmm.
not very, what I would call, then again, I don't want to say anything because they're going to freak out. Like, the slightest little thing sends them off into the corner of the world, right? And then they have this long drought where they have an issue with you for basically basic shit. Like they can't even have a disagreement with you about anything. Like for example, if you're having a conversation about milk and cookies, right? You say, "Well, I like chocolate milk." They no, white milk is better. Well, no, I like chocolate milk. No, white milk is better. Well, I said I like chocolate milk. Next thing you know, it done jumped off the planet, floating in
Um.
a universe of anger
Mm-hmm.
over something that's simple. And it lasts for a long period of time. I'm talking about for months. Done jumped off the planet over a disagreement about milk and cookies. And is now floating in a universe of anger at you for months. And how do you deal with that? And you like this person because there's something
Well,
about this person that you really like.
okay. When it's stuff like that, there's some things you just gotta let roll off your back. If you let yourself get irritated over every little thing they do, you're going to. And if they jump off the planet, they'll get over it and come back. Eventually, they do come back, right?
Like a year, like 3 to 4 months though.
If y'all
That's
good friends, it won't matter.
insanity. That's insane.
That that's not insane. That's just that
Okay,
particular
so
person. But I think that a
so
person that just jump off on any little thing, they're looking for an excuse to jump off. They wouldn't so easily jump off. So they just blowing up the chocolate milk and the white milk thing so they can so they can have an excuse not to be around for 3 or 4 months.
right, and so
To me, they subconsciously begging for an excuse to jump off.
right, and it's like, okay, well, you talk to this person 1 minute, everything is cool, right?
Hmm.
And say y'all having a discussion about watermelons, and you say, well, if you thump a watermelon, if it has a certain sound, that means it's right. Well, no, it's not right. If you thump it, that doesn't mean anything. Well, no, that's what I was taught. Well, no, I'm telling you it's not right. Well, I'm just telling you that's what I was taught. Next thing you know, jumped off the planet. And you don't know about it this time. Okay? You
Hmm.
come back around, you say, hey, where's so and so? Oh, he flew over the cuckoo's nest. Excuse me? Yeah, he flew over the cuckoo's nest. For what? Because he had a problem with you thumping the watermelons.
Okay. All right. Just
I
out
was
of
saying,
curiosity. Okay, just out of
mm-hmm.
curiosity. When he jumps off the planet, that means he goes completely quiet. He's not popping up somewhere else saying that Negro don't know what he's talking about. He ain't knowing how to do the watermelon right. And when I tried to tell him how the right way to do it, he ain't listen. Is he doing one of them
Some,
numbers or he just completely
sometimes that's the flown over the cuckoo's nest part.
oh.
It's like, wait a minute. You come back around, you don't even know what's going on. As a matter of fact, you don't even know anything happened. They're having a conversation about thumping watermelons, right? And you
Mhm.
say, well, if I thump a watermelon, right, it's right. They tell you, well, it's not right. That doesn't mean anything. It has to do with just a snack. Well, that's not what I was taught. Like, okay, whatever. All right, so you think nothing of it, right? You go
Uh-huh.
jump off the planet while you ain't looking. Okay? And so you go on back to bed, you come back to the same spot next day. Hey, where's so and so? Oh, they don't flew over the cuckoo's nest. What are you talking about? No, they're talking about you saying crazy shit about watermelons. What?
Well, if the disagreement ain't that important to you, don't worry about it. They're gonna
It's not
eventually
even
pop
that.
back up.
It's not
Or
even
you
the
cut them off
disagreement.
completely. Or you
No,
cut
it's
them
not
off
even
completely
that.
because it's gonna keep happening until they learn
No,
to
it's not.
not get jumpy about stuff like that.
No, it's not even that. It's just that, man. I'm trying to be so patient with a few people, and I'm just ready to stop messing with them completely because I don't have time for that, man. I'm too strong for that. My mind is not that feeble. And I'm trying to be nice to these people. I don't want to be mean or rude or whatever, because it's to me, it's ridiculous. These disagreements are about absolutely nothing, right? And they're having these massive reactions, and they're going on
Okay.
for long periods of time. I'm like, what the fuck? How the hell are you going to be mad at? How you be mad at somebody, right? For 9 months, right? For 9 months about absolutely nothing. Because someone said, well, you know what? I don't agree with, you know, watermelons and apples playing together. Maybe they don't get along. Well, they do get along. Well, I don't see why they would get along. And then you go jump off the planet for 9 months, mad as hell at you. Simply because you don't think watermelons and apples get along, and they do. That's the kind of shit that's irking my nerve. How the hell are you mad for 9 to 10 months about something like that?
They looking for excuse to be mad. If you getting upset and blowing up and bouncing off and jumping off of the planet for silly stuff or little stuff, and you're doing it for 9 months at a time, that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's an excuse to be mad. You know,
And you know what?
there's something they're getting off of being mad. You
You know
know.
what? I think you're right. I think these people are looking for an excuse to be mad at me.
Hmm.
And I'm the one trying to be nice about it. I shouldn't
Yeah.
be nice. Would you be nice about it? If you knew
Now,
that they
me
want an
personally,
excuse to
I
be
could care
mad at you,
less.
check this out. If you
I
knew,
wouldn't care less. I'd be like, okay, you mad? You'll get over it,
let me ask
and
you,
move and keep it stepping.
let me ask you this, right? Because I don't have much experience with this generation, coming from the
Hmm.
'60s or whatever. See, I grew up when people was in their right state of mind, so I don't understand this generation. Check this out. If these people, right, are looking for these excuses to be mad at you and not talk to you, whatever, they don't really like you, do they? Right?
No,
And they just
no,
don't want to
no.
say it, right?
But they feel like they're supposed to like you, or they like you to a certain extent, but you're not accommodating them in some kind of way, or you're not seeing things the way they see it. But
Okay,
you're
so
such a nice person, they don't know how to. They can't find an honest reason to be not nice. So they looking for excuse to be mad so they can not be nice.
okay, and so let me ask you this now. If this was happening to you, would you still support these people?
Support them. What we talking
Yeah,
about?
because yeah,
Money?
because right, because even though they jumping off the planet because they really don't like you and they jumping off the planet over feeble shit, you are supporting them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you support their channels, their Patreon, right? Would you continue to do that?
Mm.
Would you continue to be nice?
If they were just jumping off and going
How about
quiet. Oh, wait,
how
wait,
about
wait. Let me
supporting
finish.
someone?
If they
Wait a
just
minute.
was
How about
jumping off
supporting
and
someone?
going
Wait a minute.
quiet.
Let me throw one more thing in there. How about
Okay,
supporting
okay.
someone beyond, right? That never comes to your channel, but you go to that person's channel, and the person knows
Oh,
you have a channel, right? But never comes to your channel. Would you continue to support a person like that? And the jumping off the planet?
okay. All right. Ooh, let's see.
Max is using y'all for
Okay.
therapy right now because Max has a couple of issues
Is
that
there
he don't
is
know
their
what they are.
channel? Okay, is on their channel, are they doing stuff that you agree with?
No, but I just go ahead and support, say, hey, what's going on? You know, throw a
Okay,
few dollars now because
okay.
because 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 we're supposed to be together. We're supposed to be a group, right? And I'm
Uh-huh.
showing, I'm being a team player.
Okay.
But one of them don't support my channel. The other one comes in here, right, and stabs me in the back in front of everybody on my channel,
Okay.
and then jumps
This,
off the
this,
planet.
the stab you in the back, I'll
Hold
probably
on.
cut loose with
Wait a
them.
minute. Wait a minute. One stabbed me in the back. The other one don't support my channel. Then the other one comes in here, right? And as soon as someone doesn't agree with
Mhm.
her, jumps off the planet.
Mm. Okay.
And I'm being
The stab
now,
you.
mind you, I'm being nice to all of these people.
Uh-huh.
I haven't gone
Well,
off on none of these people. And I support these people. even though one doesn't support my channel, even though I financially support her, the other one comes in here, stabs me in the back in front of everybody on my channel, makes me look bad. And the other one comes in here as soon as there's a disagreement, jumps off the planet.
Okay.
And mind you, I'm still being nice to them. And they think something is wrong with me.
Well, yeah, they're always gonna think there's something wrong with it's not us being accountable. They don't accept their responsibility in all this. So it's gotta be your fault. If you didn't do this, if you didn't do that, so on and so forth. hmm Yeah. Or y'all just have totally different outlooks, you know. Um, but as for the one that stabs you in the back, you're gonna have to let them go because they'll continue to stab you in the back because they believe they can get away with it. Um, you probably have to cut them off. Um, Jumping off the planet, it depends on if they go jump off the planet and go quiet. Now, if they jump off the planet, go run and crying to other people and tell them about y'all disagreement and stuff like that, then if you,
Not only do they go
I
run
would,
into other
I would,
people,
I would, I would probably let them go.
not only do they go
Um,
run to other people, but they tell other people in the group, right? And they have a
mhm.
secret meeting about me, but no one addresses me.
Oh, okay, okay. That jump offer is another backstabber. You don't have
Mhm.
secret meetings. You can rant to your friend and stuff like that, but secret meetings, no, that's plotting, and that means you're plotting against me. No, that's another backstabber. No, mm-mm. Um,
Okay.
the one that don't support you but you support them, I don't know. It depends on what they doing, if you agree with it, and how generous you want to be. And how important it is to you that they support you. If it's important that they support you, well, you could be like, hey, you never support me. I see we're going in different directions. I'm just gonna let you go. You do you, I'll do me.
Oh, okay.
hmm But if they got stuff that they doing that you agree with, and you think it should be supported because of the content or whatever, the content or whatever, then go ahead and support it. If, because it's gonna be good even if they were a perfect stranger. And um and does it bother you when perfect strangers don't come and visit your thing?
No, no,
But
no, 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 no. That's
but if you
cool.
just
No, it's just
supporting
that.
just as a friend and they don't have no content, they don't do anything, unless you helping me out paying my bills and you say, all right, oh, here's a little bit to help you with your bills. You don't have to pay me back as a gift. Unless you feel it's that way, let it go or support. I don't know. I don't know what this person is to you. Uh-huh.
Okay, I was
So
just
you gotta
wondering that. I
decide
just
what
want to
this
know.
person is to you. Their channel, is it good content? Is it something you support? Would you support it even if you never knew the person? And go from there. If
Um,
you wouldn't support it, if there was a stranger, then don't support it. Even if they are your friends, say I don't. Your content, I don't agree with it, so I'm not going to support it. Doesn't We on different planets on that. I don't know. You figure out what you have to say about that and how you want to deal with that. Yeah, but it sound like the jump off the planet person is another backstabber.
okay. Okay.
hmm hmm
Okay.
hmm
I appreciate the
So
uh
now
huh?
I'm curious to see what the chat is talking about. Or is there
Yeah.
anybody that's still up?
Yeah, we still up. It's still early.
Okay. Christine,
Probably
don't friends support each other? Yeah. But I think that depends on Max. Will he feel about the friendship? If it's just
Well, I
as a
know what
friend,
I feel. I know what I
What's
feel
up,
about
everyone?
what's up. I know what I feel about friendship, but the problem I think I'm having is that I'm being friends with people who are just too young, you know, and don't really appreciate loyal friendship. I think that's one of the mistakes that I'm making with some of them. You know, they're pretty much into themselves and their own behaviors. Like I'm saying, if you're jumping off the planet for the slightest little thing, you know, I don't know what that is. I've never been around people like that before. I've been around jumpy people, but not like that. Like you can't even take a simple verbal disagreement and you done jumped off the planet and you floating around in a universe of anger for like months.
well,
You want me
I've
to
seen
comment
it, but
on
in
what you were
glimpses.
saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hey,
Hey, everyone. Um, you know how some
hey.
people were saying that I push buttons?
Yeah.
Like you can really push someone's buttons. You see an opening and you attack, and then you will come across as saying, "I didn't mean it," but it sounded like you did, and
Mm-hmm.
so people will hold those grudges. So you might think you might be arguing about a specific topic, but just like you said, they could be holding on to something for 6 months, 3 months. That has nothing
Mm-hmm.
to do with that topic.
Hmm.
So
Could be possible.
they use that as an opening to get back at you, and you just don't know it, and you don't really know what you're fighting about.
Mm.
And so that's when you take them to the side and ask them, what's the deal, or what's really going on with you, because I know it's not about this topic, because that doesn't sound right.
Mm-hmm.
So if something doesn't sound right to you, most likely it's not about that topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I only take somebody to decide if I felt
Yeah, exactly.
that, that I did something wrong to them and I shouldn't have. Like, there's been times in here that I've given people open apologies because I felt I was wrong. You know, I remember I apologized to I Am Lucy because we had an altercation here and I said something I shouldn't have said. But I'm getting this from people for simple verbal disagreements. See, if I disagree with you, I haven't done anything to you. That's the way my mind works. You feel I've done something to you because I disagree with you, and you go jump off the planet, right? And for 9 months, you floating around in a universe of anger towards me because I disagree with you. I don't know how to deal with that. I never faced that before. How would you deal with that?
Can you give me an example, like what you mean, what you're talking about?
Let's just say you're having a conversation with a particular person, right? And say you're talking about, um, you say you're talking about kids, right? And this person may feel that they have a particular expertise in child psychology, right? And you don't, right? But you don't necessarily agree with an assessment that they made about a child, right? And so this person takes that disagreement and personal as if you stab this person through the heart with a steak knife or something and jumps off the planet and resents you for 8 to 9 months without you even knowing what's going on. You just walked, they thought it was just a simple disagreement, but they've taken it to another level and then jumped off the planet, stewing in some kind of resentment towards you for like 8 or 9 months that you have no idea is taking place. Now, how would you deal with that?
Well, it's not really your issue to deal with it. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. But you need
Mhm.
to be able to communicate. Like that person needs to be able to communicate, because you got to understand most people are prideful. So you can you can see that it comes across that way. And so once you push that button, it's that's the button. So
Well,
he's
what button
pride
is being
because,
pushed? You have a disagreement.
well, not necessarily, because if the person is educated in the kid's psychology, that's his pride. That's what he's been doing for a living. He spent his whole life doing that, and here you come that don't have any knowledge about it, and you disagree with him. And as a friend, that could be, he could take that as, okay, well, you're attacking him, and he doesn't understand that you're just trying to give him some constructive criticism. And so now you guys are, now there's a wedge and that just needs to be repaired somehow, and it's mostly comes from him. It's not going to come from you.
You know, I hear what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. And I get it. Let me explain something, though. I don't apologize for living in a free world to where I can think freely about whatever I want. I don't apologize for that. Just because you're educated don't mean that you have the right answers about everything. There are a lot of educated people who are wrong about many things. People have different experiences in life. They learn different things about people, places, and things. And just because someone disagrees with you, because you have some kind of background in such or whatever, why the hell are you jumping off the planet? It's a free world. We're allowed to think what we want to think. Who the hell are you, right, to put a cap on what we should be thinking about? Just because you are educated in a particular field, that someone disagrees with you about an assessment you made in that particular field. I have a right to disagree with you. I have a right to think what I want to think. Who are you to tell me that I can't? And who are you to feel some kind of way simply because I disagree with you? See, I take offense to that you even getting mad and jumping off the planet that I disagree with you. I have a right to disagree with you. You don't tell me what I can agree with and what I can't agree with. Who the hell are you? I don't give a damn about you being educated. If I disagree with you, I disagree with you. This is a free world. Get over it.
Yeah, so some people can't. And if the person outlays his point of view, he's not
Well,
going to be
then
able to.
those
He's not
people
going to.
should go lock themselves away in an insane asylum.
Hey, I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm saying here is that if that person lays out an an obvious what they feel, that's you got to understand. That's why it's so prideful. It's just like they feel that they laid you out a solid foundation that they don't see how you can disagree with that. They don't see it. They can go through all the points, point A, point B, point C, and they laid it out for you, the whole foundation. And to them, is you never seen their point of view, so therefore you might be full of shit. And they can never see your point of view because they're just looking at you as, okay, well, you're stuck in your ways. You're stuck in that principle where you don't feel that, you don't want to change or anything like that. So it goes back and forth.
You and I have had disagreements. We've even had a somewhat of a fight. You're up here on my panel with your wrench. Am I holding a grudge?
No, you're not going to hold a
Have I
grudge,
jumped off the planet?
but you did push a
No.
lot of buttons. You did
Sure.
push my button. Yeah, you
Of
really did.
course.
You did, and you
Of
did it
course I
deliberately
did.
too.
Yes. But I actually have some respect for you. I think you have a lot of potential.
Yeah.
believe it or not, I actually have some respect for you. That's why you're back on my panel with a wrench. I do like what you bring.
Yeah,
Got
but
crossed up there a little
I
bit,
couldn't
but you
cower
all
down.
right.
I can't let no old man with a walker, kick me to the
And
curb, man.
that's what I respect about you, man. I like that about you. And I do like what you bring. You bring that 800-pound gorilla in the room that people don't want to talk about, people don't want to face. That's good for discussion. It's good for people to understand that there are other sides that we are afraid to talk about, and to get us talking about it.
Yeah.
You
My thing
know,
was this is say, how can I communicate my point of view without getting all riled up, like you're saying, like they're all riled up. How can I get my point of view across and lay out each each uh each each just each point of view? One, two, three, and here's an example to go with it. So
Well,
you gotta take the
when
good. You
you
gotta take with the good with the bad.
but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna stop messing with a lot of certain people. I don't have time for this. I'm too mentally strong and emotionally strong for that. I don't have time to be somebody's psychological, emotional babysitter. You know, I come from the real world, man. I grew up in a hard time. You know, I'm a military man. I faced a lot of death. Just childish jumping off the cliff because somebody disagrees with you, or you feel feebled and broken because someone disagrees with your expertise. I can't. I don't have time for that, man. I really don't. And I know that may sound mean to some people. I'm too old for that. I don't have time for that. Get with yourself. Get with a psychiatrist. Get you some help. This is the real world. We live in real time. People have real problems. I don't have time to pacify or babysit your screwed up emotions because you can't get it in your head that people are allowed to disagree with you, whether you have an education or not. That's not my problem. I understand people don't like it, or I get all of that, but that's where I'm at with it. I've had enough, man. I've been nice to these people, and there's three of them who keep doing the same thing. And I've been nice to them now for a certain period of time, and I've had enough. I'm just going to stop messing with these people altogether. I don't have time for this, man. I'm a grown man. I'm too old for this. And I'm far too strong mentally and emotionally to be going through this nonsense. And quite frankly, shame on them for being that feeble in the mind. How do you allow yourself to become that mentally weak and emotionally weak? You understand what we deal with out here every day? This is not some fairy tale. This is the real world. You know, somebody disagrees with you because you feel that you're gonna go jump off the damn planet. Well, stay out there in space. I'm not coming out there. I'm not going out there halfway to meet you anymore. I've had enough. I'm staying on the earth. Hey, Assad Muhammad. Yeah, Assad, I've had some issues this last couple of days. You know. Nah, Christine, it's my fault because I've been nice. I've been trying to be patient, you know, and you know, and I've endured this nonsense for long enough. You know, I've been trying to be patient. I've been supporting these people. I had one stab me in the back in front of everybody yesterday. I had one just come in here and freak out because there was a disagreement. probably on Mars right now, floating around in outer space. And okay, and I had another one come in here and start some shit and tear up my whole panel. And then told me I'm the one, right, who got the problem. Then play after you come in here and tear up my whole panel, then go in the chat room and play victim. And then the one that's supposed to be my boy, my friend, right? He stabbed me in the damn back, right along with him. It is what it is. Had enough of these people, man. Yeah.
You have to do what's right for you, Max. And hey,
Mm-hmm.
and as long as you're fine with it, hey, they either fall in line and be okay with it and keep it moving, or they just go their own way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop communicating with these people, stop being around them. I'm done with it. I don't want to deal with it no more. Too childish for me.
Yeah.
If I can't talk to you, like I can't be talking to somebody and I have to worry about, well, if I have a disagreement with this person, they may end up on Mars somewhere.
No, they're adult people. As I said, they'll probably be mad. Hey, we all get mad, get our button and push. We just fall back, get a chance to get some breathing room to calm down, and we come back. How many people have we push buttons on here and they're back? They go away for a little while, get themselves calmed down, and they come back. Sometimes they come back better, or they saw themselves and they saw a side of themselves they didn't like, or where they can make improvements, or that they let themselves get off track in an argument and they didn't get a chance to get their point across. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
guess
well,
I either was listening to something or I read something, and I guess the person said that you're gonna have certain type of people that you have to put them in those categories. Like you have your exercise buddy, you have your business buddy, you have your friends that you can socialize with, and then you just have to be able to push these people in these different categories in your life. Um, that's pretty much what I have for you.
yeah, but it's like, this is why I asked you guys, like, because I don't know if it's happening to anyone else. Maybe it's, because I don't know how to, I've never dealt with this before. I'm not around these kind of people. The people I'm around are very strong-willed, strong-minded, emotionally sound. I'm not used to someone freaking out because there's a disagreement. I'm not
Yeah.
even talking about no hard disagreement. I'm talking about some real simple stuff. Like we can't even having a conversation about apples and watermelons. Well, I think apples are better than watermelons. Well, I like watermelons. Well, I like apples. Well, I like watermelons. Well, apples taste better than watermelon. Well, I don't think so. Jump off the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because I
They
don't
haven't
think
learned that they
apples
can
taste better.
agree to
Simply
disagree.
because, yeah, simply because I don't think apples taste better than watermelons, they'll jump off the planet.
Yo,
That's
I
what.
don't know all the details, but
Uh,
it sound very uncomfortable to be around a person like that that's can flip out any moment. So, um, yeah.
no, it's not like any moment. This person is fine as long as you're not disagreeing with this person. As soon as there's a fundamental disagreement about anything, off to the universe this person goes. and they're going to be out there being angry, floating around in the Milky Way about you.
A time bomb waiting to go off, or a
Right.
landmine.
You're gonna have to start putting
Then,
people in those categories, just like you
mhm,
talk about the red pill and all those other people and the rage, and you're just gonna have to put people in their category and put people in their place. I mean,
right.
you're just growing. I mean, that's what we have to. We always gonna continue to grow. So
Yeah.
either they get on board or that's it. You got to keep moving.
Well, these people I'm talking about aren't red pill. They're supposed to be people who, well, YouTube. They're not real life. I don't know them like that in real life, but just on YouTube, right? Supposed to be my YouTube buddies. You know, we're supposed to be cool at least on YouTube. Okay.
Well, since
So won't
YouTube
you just
seems to
hatch it
develop
out
a
with
way
these
to
guys
resolve.
and say your piece, and if y'all can't come into a resolution, then that's it. Separate.
Hey, Asada is not man. Asada, that's solid right there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. People grow up in their own time. Just know you don't have to babysit them until they're ready. I agree with that. That's exactly what I feel, like a babysitter. Like, are you kidding me? The sad part about it is these people are grown already. Well, they're classified as adults. Grown is another matter mentally.
Physically grown but mentally immature.
They're classified as adults. And I'm older than all three of them, and I feel like somebody's granddad is being pestered. Like, are you kidding me, man? I don't have time for this. And I go back, we having a conversation, I'm thinking everything's fine, right? Oh, I ain't talking to you. What's going on now? Well, you said such and such 3 months ago. 3 months ago? Why did you say something 3 months ago? Too busy being in outer space. Floating around in the universe for 3 months about something very, very trivial that we could have worked out in 2 seconds. I could see if it
Sounds
was
like that
something,
person is very petty.
huh?
I said, it sounds like that person is very petty. They
Yeah,
don't let stuff go. They hold on to grudges.
Yeah,
exactly.
it could be too many variables out there. Like you're gonna drive yourself crazy trying to figure out every single variables or how what you could have done to say something better to make this situation go away. But just too many. You don't know what's going on in
Mhm.
people's lives, and you don't know what buttons that you pushed.
Mhm.
That's why I'm thinking that I should fall back and stop talking to them because I don't know what the hell is wrong with these people. You know,
Well,
I
first,
know what buttons you
you're
said to
gonna
me
have to
that
try
put
to let it
that can
go.
push me.
what's that?
I said I know what buttons you pushed on me.
Good different bottom to the top. I actually have some respect for you. I was trying to push you. I was pushing you for a reason. I actually have some respect for you. So I was trying to push your buttons. I wanted to see how well you control your anger. Could you discipline yourself?
Yeah,
Self-discipline.
yeah,
Self-mental discipline.
you were cutting the mic off. You were doing all types of
Hmm.
stuff.
That's a military tactic that we learned in boot camp, how to mentally toughen ourselves. I wanted to see if you can exact some mental discipline or would you allow your emotions and your anger to get completely out of control. We call it being able to handle yourself. Who's your worst enemy? Yourself. Can you handle yourself? Can you control yourself? Psychological exercise. See if you're a person that cannot control their anger. Control yourself. Self-discipline. Self-discipline is very important. If you don't have it, some people will do some bad things to you. You don't have any self-discipline. There are people out there that can use about everything in the world against you, especially the weaknesses that you show about yourself. And not being mentally disciplined is actually a weakness to a lot of people. And they know how to use that against you. So yeah, I was trying to push your button. I just wanted to see how angry you would get before you completely lost it.
Mm-hmm.
But these other people, I'm not pushing that, but I'm just having a conversation. Can't even have a damn conversation. They're talking about Milky Way bars, or Snicker bars. Hey, I like the Snickers on the Milky Way. Well, no, I think Snickers are good because they got more peanut. Well, I like the Milky Way. No, I like Snickers. Well, yeah, I like the Milky Way. Next thing you know, they jumped off the planet because I don't like Snicker bars. Good night, Christine. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Yeah. It'd be about BS, man. It's not even. That's why I don't even know it's even happening, because the conversations be about nothing. Remember, I got into it with somebody because I didn't like the cartoons that they're showing now. Because a lot of these cartoons, you can't tell if the character is female or male. I had a problem with that. Why would you want your niece watching that? Because I don't want my niece to be confused. I want her to understand there's a clear distinction between a male and female. I don't want the lines blurred. Well, you gotta let her decide. What do you mean let her decide? She's 6 years old. Jump off the planet. Frankie.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say before we get up out of here? I can't even hold it together anymore.
Okay. All right. Hey, only thing I can say is, after you vented all this out, don't bring it up again. If you gonna let them go, don't bring them up again. They like ghosts. You don't acknowledge ghosts, or they're gonna be haunting you. Yeah. So once you decide that you're not gonna be hanging with them, you're not gonna let what they do bother you. Don't let it bother you. Don't bring it up again.
Well, you gotta
Vented,
I wonder why it
you
was
got it
raining
all out of your
outside.
system. You got it all
I
out
wonder
of your
why it was
system.
raining.
Let it go.
Yeah, well, you gotta understand, like a lot of the things I said were just like general discussion and scenarios.
Oh,
You
so
know,
it's not a real thing or a real person.
no, everything is real.
Oh, okay,
But
well
the
then, all right then.
conversations wasn't about Milky Ways or watermelons. That was just me showing you
I
how
know that, Max. I
right,
know
just
that,
showing you
Max.
right, just showing you how the simplistic the conversation was, where the person loses it, over nothing, So
Do you think it's because of the age difference?
Could be, or it could just be something wrong with them that I'm not aware of. Or it could be what you said, they just simply don't like me and look for every excuse to not like me. I don't know. It could be that too.
Yeah. So once you stop no longer being nice, was I guess you'll see.
No, I'm gonna stop messing with them.
Oh,
If
okay.
they like me or whatever, okay. Don't like them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. So not all button pushing. Button pushing has a plan. It's to toughen you up to see how far you go. See where's your limit at. Mm. Wait a minute, I do that sometimes. I used to do that with guys I date with. I used to push buttons to see what's the limit, where what's not too far. As long as they let me keep going, I'll keep pushing at the button until they tell me to stop. Yeah, they usually say, "Girl, you play too much. Cut that out." Because I do have my silly, goofier, crazier moments. Friends, I think over the years, the friendships mature. That's why some of your things, it kind of forced me back into younger years because I hadn't dealt with that, or as one of my friends said, "You're too nice, Frank. You always see the good side of everybody."
mhm.
Or I don't let it bother me. What they do, the little irritating things don't bother me. I don't let it bother me. It's not that
Let me ask
important.
you this. You ever had that
Mhm.
situation, right, where people were being screwed up, and then other people make you think, when you don't like it or when you retaliate, they make you feel ashamed for reacting that way?
I've have had that, but as I said, it was just during my younger time. Um, Not so much anymore, and yeah, not so much anymore. And and I just be and sometimes I have the attitude, you'll get over it, you know. Yeah, okay, you feel the way you feel, you're gonna get over it. I guess that's the harder side of me. I don't
Hmm.
see what you are mad about. I don't understand what you're mad about, but you'll get over it. And if you don't, well, it is what it is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you
Most of
heard
my
of
friends, if
that
they do
saying?
are mad at me, they get over it. What
Hmm.
you were saying?
Have you heard of the saying, that person step on your shoes and they're screaming ouch?
Yeah. You know what the weird part is? I have done it. I've stepped on somebody's shoes and said, "Ouch." But that was just because I guess you could say I was emphasizing. It wasn't that I was actually in pain, but I knew how heavy I am and that they definitely was hurting. But you mean more like um they hurting you, so but they claiming that you're hurting them.
Correct.
Right, but here's my problem though. How come people never see the other? There's two sides to everything, right? How come
Yeah.
people never see the other side? How come they never see, right, that what their reaction do to other people? That's what I never get. I never get anyone to, well, you know what, this person jumped off the planet, right? How
Mhm.
how how do you think that made such and such feel when you did that? When you overreacted like that? How do you? I don't ever hear anybody take that side of it. Like no
Mm.
one makes them feel ashamed for them overreacting that way or behaving like that. No one questions that. No one says anything about that. Like I never heard of others that, hey, why jump off the planet? What are you doing that for? You know what that makes other people feel like? How other people see you? Like, You realize what you look like doing that? Nobody never said something to them about that stuff. I really don't want to say anything because they continue to do it. But the people that are doing it too are the ones who are being talked to. Hey, you know what? You should really be
or it could be another. It could be
mindful
another
of what you're
thing.
doing. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. But the people that are doing it too are always talked to. Like, hey, you know what? You should really watch what you say, or you don't want to push anybody's buttons or whatever. That person is being talked to. But the person with this over the top behavior, right? Doing these crazy things are never talked to. Like no one's going, hey, you know what? You really shouldn't jump off the planet like that. Because you look like a this and you look like a that. You make people feel this way. You make people feel uncomfortable. Okay. You're confusing people. They don't know if you're a nutcase or a regular person. No one's having a conversation with that. I noticed that. I wonder why that is.
Mainly because they jumped off the planet and people can't reach them. But I think what it is, I think by people chasing them, I think they get chased. Because you said, you even said that, you try to work it with them and stuff like that, but they just jump off the planet. And it could be that that's encouraging them to keep jumping off the planet. And sometimes those that jump off the planet, they don't care. It's all about how they feel, they mad, their pride. You know, you weren't listening to me. You hurt my feelings. You made assumptions. It's all about them. So, and jumping off the planet, they could be saying, "I'm going away to cool down," or they want you to chase them. And and they love the attention of being chased. You know, why are you mad? What did I say? Can't we just agree to disagree? It's kind of like you're chasing them. That makes them feel important. I'm so important. You willing to chase me to continue our friendship or whatever it is. So
Okay,
if you stop chasing
let me
them,
see.
they might they either fall in line, get over it, stop doing it, or they go away.
See, this is the problem I have, man, with react. See, okay, say you live in a quiet neighborhood, right? And you live on a nice quiet block, everybody works during the day. And when they're home at night, people like peace and quiet, 'cause they got to sleep, they got to get up in the morning, right? Okay, you live in that neighborhood. You got some person coming down the street with a big old wagon that they're pulling, right? That has all kinds of noisy things on it. That's making all kinds of noise. It's disturbing people. People can't sleep. It's late. We gotta get up in the morning, or whatever, right? And then somebody
Mhm.
comes out and says to them, hey, you know what? Could you not pull this wagon down the street? It's 9 o'clock. We got to get up in the morning. People are dead tired, disturbing everyone. And then the person has an issue, right? And gets in the wagon and rolls down the street and runs into a wall. And then someone comes up to you telling me, hey, why don't you talk to that person like that? You think you could have said something better to that person? Maybe you
Oh,
should
okay.
push that person's buttons. And so the person done rolled into the wall, gets up, okay, and it's okay, but people are still coming to you talking about some, well, why did you talk to the person like that? You could have really got hurt running into that wall. Does anybody care about the fact that the person has a noisy wagon that's disturbing everyone in the damn neighborhood? Or is your only concern is about the person that actually confronted the person to try to get them to stop?
Mm.
I gotta be honest with you, Max. I didn't see that one coming. That I didn't see that one coming at all. I thought he was gonna blast the music and go down the block again, but
Right, it must do the damn
you
wall.
got
So
you got me
now,
stuck on that question.
right. So you see, I had the kind of father, right, who would walk down to the block where the damn wall is, pick the person up, and say, "You take that damn wagon somewhere else. Stop coming through here. We trying to sleep. If I catch you coming back down here making all noise, I'm gonna call the police." That's what my father would do. My father wouldn't come out and talk to the person who actually tried to get the person to stop. What's happening is we got people coming out in droves talking to the person who tried to get the person to stop. No one is saying anything to the person who's making all the damn noise that's disturbing everyone and they can't get any sleep. That's what's going on now.
Okay.
That's my issue. That's what's happening. When these people are disturbing the peace and making all this damn noise and you can't get any sleep, right? And someone comes out and says, "Hey, you know what? People are trying to sleep," and he freaks out, gets into his wagon, rolls down the street and runs into a damn wall. And everybody's coming out at you. "Hey, what did you say? What did you, what about fucking making a noise and disturbing everyone?" That's my problem, man. That's what's happening with these situations. They're disturbing the peace. I'm coming out saying, "Hey, can you stop disturbing the peace?" And I'm the one that's being talked to because they done jumped in their wagon and ran into a wall simply because they were asked to stop disturbing the peace. That's what's making me think, man, what the hell is going on in this generation? Have we gotten to the point where we can't even tell the difference between right and wrong anymore? Oh, that's right. I forgot this generation. There's no right and wrong. Everything is subjective. Everything is your opinion. I've heard people say, "Well, it's only wrong according to you." So how much is wrong? I mean, it's wrong is wrong. No, it's only wrong because you said it's wrong. I've gotten in conversations with people like that.
You talking about the
Nothing
6 and the 9
wrong.
theory?
Yeah. Talking about something. Well, no, it's only wrong because just because you think it's wrong don't mean it's wrong.
It's simple.
They come with this craziness, man.
Anything
Like,
that is
just
proven
hey, man,
false
it's wrong for you to shoot
can
at
never
people.
be true.
No, just because you think it's wrong.
Did you hear that one? Anything that is anything that is disputed and it becomes false, it can never be true.
The only thing I can think of why everybody be going after the person that talked to the person making noise is because he was in an accident. Um, they forgot about the noise that he was making and concentrated on that he got in the accident. And since she was the last person spoken to him, they figured it was your fault. Somehow you got him upset and he hit the wall. But you do know, Max, most people wouldn't normally, jump on the person telling the people to stop making the noise.
It kind of reminds me of that superhero. The person was jumping off a building, and then the
Hmm.
superhero saves the person, and then they end up suing the superhero because the guy that he saved broke some ribs.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I seen something like that with the burglar that broke in the house and he hurt himself trying to break out of get out of the house when the police called him. So he sued the homeowner for negligent of of her property or something like that.
Yeah,
And he actually
something.
won. And
Yeah,
everybody
there
was
was a case
ignoring
in
the
Jersey.
fact that he broke into her house.
Hmm.
Mhm. If he hadn't
I
broke
know,
into her
right?
house, he wouldn't have broke his leg trying to get away from the police.
Even with the George Zimmerman one,
Yeah, you know what?
same thing.
There was a situation like that in New Jersey years ago, to where a guy broke into a woman's house and she broke his arm with a baseball bat. He sued her and won. He sued her and won.
Yeah. Just
Insanity.
it should have came under occupational habit. You knew the possible dangers when you decided to burglarize that house. You could have been shot. You could have been beaten up. The police could have been called, and you could have been tased, beaten up, shot, um, bitten by the canine unit. So hey, that was negligent on your part for not being properly prepared for the dangers of when you decide to enter somebody's house illegally.
Yeah,
But
she
of
broke
course, the
hit him in
juror
the
just
arm.
concentrated on the burglar got hurt.
Yeah, she
Or
hit him in the
maybe
arm.
she kept hitting him after she, huh?
She hit him in the arm with the baseball bat. I believe broke his left arm. He sued her in a court of law and won the case.
I, I never did
He broke
understand
into
how
her
that
house.
came about.
Yeah, that
I think
happened in
that's
New
the
Jersey.
same one.
And there was also a case where a guy brought what do you call one of them over the road things? Not the campers, the big the RVs or something like that. The
Uh-huh.
the big RVs, the big ones you can drive over the road. Well, he bought a brand
Uh-huh.
new one, set
Mm-hmm.
the controls on cruise control. They got up out of
Uh-huh.
the seat at 60 miles an hour and walked to the back, and the thing crashed, right? He ended up suing and he
Uh-huh.
won because there was no manual that told him that he couldn't leave his seat during cruise control.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And
No
so the
accountability.
company, right, and so the company had to, not only did they lose the lawsuit, they had to revise their driver's manual saying, once you put the thing on cruise control, do not leave the seat. Do not leave the wheel unattended.
Yeah. And that's why if you go to coffee places or places that serve coffee, they'll have silly instructions on the cups and stuff like that. Careful, uh contents of this cup might be hot
Yeah, I think
or
they
some
had
kind of
that.
craziness like that.
Yeah. Didn't that happen at McDonald's where a woman sued because the coffee burned her tongue or something like that? Because the McDonald's coffee
Yeah,
was so hot? Yeah, that coffee was hot though.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean that
I know.
coffee was hot. Yeah, you can boil an egg in that coffee. That coffee was hot. I don't know why they would give
Yeah,
somebody something that hot anyway.
I went to a cafe where
Yeah,
it was
gee.
tea. I would order tea and I would ask for ice on the side because the tea would be so hot. It would take it had to sit for 2 hours before I can drink. It got cool enough for me to drink it. I was like, "What are y'all doing?" With
2 hours.
I checked it because I was
You,
there early because the library didn't open for 2 hours and it was cold and and um and I wanted to be like first one in the door so I can get a hold of the newspaper to get the sale papers and the coupons. And so I'm sitting there and my tea is hot. I can't drink it. So I'm waiting for it to cool down and cool down. And so eventually I go out to the car to sit down, and I'm using the cup to keep my fingers warm, because I didn't turn on the ignition to save gas. I'm in Louisiana. It's not that cold compared to some of the northern states, but it's cold enough for us. Anyway, and the
Then when the
library
coffee.
opened at 8 o'clock, and that was 2 hours after I got that tea, and it was still hot. I gave up. I left it in the car. I was like, I can't take it in the library
2 hours,
and
you
sip on
still
it.
hot?
Still hot,
Damn, I
but it
mean,
was
wait a
at a
minute.
level
After
where I
two
could have
hours,
drank it.
so you saying after 2 hours, it didn't even cool down enough even to the touch?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow, what
If
the
you
hell?
don't put, if you don't put these cardboard sleeves on the cups, you will be burning your fingers holding the cup. That's why they give
That's
you
like
these cardboard
300.
sleeves at some of these coffee places, is so it don't burn your hand while you holding on to the cup.
I don't know. I
Yep.
don't drink coffee.
Well,
Um,
in this case for me it was tea. But after that I was like, excuse me, can I get a cup of ice? They said, oh,
but
what you
when
need a
I'm
cup
on
of
the
ice for?
road,
To
I
cool
got
down
to
my
get a.
tea?
But I'm on the road. I got me a big what? I got me a 120 ounce mug that I put ice water in, and then I got me like a 20 ounce mug that I may put some coffee in, black coffee. In case I'm running late or whatever, I'll give me some coffee, try to wake me up. you know, because on the road you can get
Hmm.
all the truck stops got like these big mugs and shit. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I worked at one. Yeah. Oh, I
Fun.
heard something. A police
But
officer that works
but
the graveyard shift told me. The
what
state
commercial
actually makes,
was it? The
huh?
pilot or PA or anything like that? The petrol.
Let me see. It was a Citgo station. But the
Oh, okay.
owners of it, they built the truck stop. It wasn't under the brand of Citgo. The Citgo was the gas and all that other stuff. But
Mhm.
the restaurant and the truck stop part was all the owners uh thing. It was on the article, but I don't know what the truck stop was. It actually didn't really have. Wait. I'm trying to remember the name. It's been a while, but yeah. Um. Oh shucks, my brain is fried. I've been up too many nights. I can't even remember the truck stop I worked at. Huh? Um, yeah, but I was the dishwasher there. Oh, okay. All I could tell you, it was it was the Grand Coteau something gas station, a truck stop in Louisiana. I can't remember the exact name of it anymore right now. I'm too sleepy and brain fried to think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
said
yeah.
people. I'm about to shut it down. I'm drowsing off myself. I can't even stay awake. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming by tonight.
All right.
We'll be back later on tonight with some more Urban Nation and various other topics. We'll put in the full night tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was hoping we could have made tonight DJ night for the last hour. We just
No, the
tacked on
problem.
2 more hours.
No, the problem with that was we ran into a copyright issue with one of the songs, and we couldn't get the
Oh.
song off of this, so we had to get all of the songs off of this. So, kind of like it was wasted. You know what I mean? So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Then we
Yeah.
gonna we
All
can't keep
right, all
playing.
right.
We can't keep playing random songs like that. We're gonna end up running into an issue. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, so we see you guys later on, and thank y'all for tuning in. Thank everybody for coming
Okay.
by. Remember, the power is in the black is the people, and therein lies the power. We'll see y'all later on tonight.